Still have about a minute left until 7. So the public will get more of a chance to join us. Sorry, the mic won't pick it up. Okay, I was trying to connect in on Zoom to be able to see people's raised hands, but it looks like that's still not the Wi-Fi still.
I'm not getting into the Wi-Fi.
Okay, well, it looks like we don't need got the cameras are working tonight again. Okay, it is 7 o'clock. We have 5 council members here, so we will get started with the meeting. We'll start by calling the meeting to order. Carrie, you can call the roll, please.
Councilmember Owens,
Here.
Councilmember Derwin,
Here.
Councilmember Richards,
Here.
Vice Mayor Warnikoff, here, Mayor Hughes.
Here. All right. There is nothing to report out of closed session. We've not had a closed session. So the next item on tonight's agenda is oral communications. If there's any person who would wish to address the council on a subject not on tonight's agenda, now is the opportunity to do so. We'll not necessarily be able to take up the item and act on it tonight, but we would be happy to hear from you. Carolyn.
Thank you very much. Caroline Vertonghen, 100 Palmer Lane. There's several items on the consent agenda, and they all involve, I feel we've never discussed this entirely. So we had several committees that canceled their meetings. But I think if we continue to approve COVID or acknowledge COVID, we should be talking about how high density housing and other issues, including water quality, actually are another cause to COVID. Stanford has done several studies, and I don't know why Portola Valley has not done studies. I have repeatedly confirmed the concerns of residents. I believe that was since 2017, where we are told that once we address an issue that staff is calling call water and tries to remediate the problems, but unfortunately that is not happening. We also found out that staff had an agreement or had several hearings with call water to increase our water rates. And we did not know about that. There's so many things that happen behind closed scenes, and I believe we have asked, the public has asked to be more transparent and to be accountable for, or at least give us a full explanation with evidence to substantiate the policies. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other? Yes.
My name is Cindy Rowe, and I represent Portola Valley Pickleball. We, the 200 plus players in the pickleball community, want to express our sincere thanks to the town council, to the town management, especially Jeremy, Justin, and Howard, and to the Parks and Rec Committee for listening to our needs, addressing them, and actually doing them. We have these beautiful bright lines painted now. We're all seniors, or a lot of us are seniors, and it's really great to have that done. We didn't want to inundate you with emails, so we made you a thank you card. So whenever you're feeling underappreciated, just read some of these comments from the pickleball players in the community that adore you for doing what you have done for us. We're looking forward to getting our rolling nets.
That needs to get to the mayor right now. He needs it.
Thanks, Cindy.
Yeah, so we're looking forward to getting rolling nets and someday, hopefully, dedicated courts. And if we get those, you'll get a really big thank you. So thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. And I know that staff is continuing to work on that, and so is the Parks and Rec Committee. So hopefully we'll be there soon. Yes.
I also just want to say, did you even see it was in the New York Times this Sunday?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was
Right.
the cover section of one section of the Sunday New York paper, and it was New York Times, and it was pickleball wars.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
it's not just here.
Okay, any further oral communications? And I can't see hands raised. and-
So, Rita?
Okay, Rita?
Hi, thank you for taking my comment. Congratulations to the pickleball players. But I wanted to ask if under that blue sky timer, if you can put the number of attendees of this meeting. Yes, there is the app. Thank you very much for creating it, but it is a third-party app. And I don't know how buggy it is. I know we have quite a few engineers and software people in our town, and I don't like to open things up on my computer that haven't been tested. It doesn't mean that it's bad, but we as citizens of this town asking for the number of people in here should not go to a third-party app that was developed and doesn't mean it's bad by one of our council members. Participants are on. My other thing I wanted to say is, in the consent calendar, there are 2 items that are being asked to be waived for second readings. I don't know, well, I know that you have been watching what's going on in the PV forum and in the community, but people are asking for transparency. And many of you have run in the past on transparency to the community. And it just seems a little, for these big issues that change our lives, the quality of our lives and the quality of the lives of the people that we are then welcoming into the community, these items are so big that they should not be waived items. They should be read out items. And when you're referring to, ordinance chapter, 18.04, read it out. Give us a cheat sheet on what it is. We should not have to dig down to see what that is, especially when it's in the consent calendar and the reading is being waived and it's just passed and we don't know what it's about, how it's affecting us, and what are the outcomes to either the people that are currently in this community or the people that we're welcoming. I ask if not just for this meeting concerning the consent calendar, but for future meetings for consent calendar items, that items not be waived and other readings not be waived, because we want to know what it is that you're voting on our behalf. Thank you.
Thank you, Rita. There may be some confusion about what the term waiving the second reading means, but we'll get to that when we get to the consent calendar. Is there any other public comment? Nancy?
Yes, I was going to comment on item 6.
If you could hold your comment until we get to that item, that would be great. If you are not available later in the evening, then we'd be happy to take your comment now, but we will take that item up later.
Thank you.
Which is, okay, thank you. Any other comment?
Yes, Michael.
Michael?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm online. Thank you for taking my comments. Last month, we received a letter from our secretary. I'm with a group called Warm Water Wellness. We're the ones that are trying to get Sutter Health to reopen that aquatic therapy pool in San Mateo. The closure 2 years ago put hundreds of us out of the only facility that provided us with a warm water therapy pools are not recreation pools. They're held over 90 degrees. They're really important for arthritis and post-op acute recoveries, Parkinson's and other different issues. And they basically provide a chance to have unloaded weight bearing so we can exercise. I was always able to go in there with my walker, get lean in, and could have left without it because of the exercise that was available that kept me in health. With the closure over the 2 years, I've gained 30 pounds and I've been basically bedridden for 2 years. There are hundreds of us affected like this. The reason I'm addressing a small town like yours is understanding that 1 in 4 people who's 65 or older is going to have a temporary or permanent disability, many of which are going to require this. One of our board members tripped and fell down 2 stairs and went from being a marathon runner to a quadriplegic. The services were the last available in the county, and Sutter has been unresponsive to it. They're a nonprofit hospital organization, and we're not sure why they're not being responsive, but at this point, we've been communicating. The County of San Mateo and the 2 healthcare districts have passed resolutions asking Sutter to reopen the pool. They've offered, all 3 of those have offered to pay the cost to reopen the pool until a replacement can be built. And Peninsula Healthcare is looking at building one. At this point, if you folks would take a look at the resolution we sent you in the mail last month and consider also passing a sample resolution asking Sutter to consider taking this no risk opportunity to help the citizens, that would make you the 17th of 20 cities to go along with it. It's a very popular appeal because all of us have friends or family who are going to be in this kind of shape. Even if you're just working, you're over 25, you're still a 1 in 4 chance you're going to need this sort of care for a disability that will occur in your life. So we would ask you, I know you've got a big agenda today with your planning for next year and so on, but we would appreciate if you take a look at that sample agenda, sample resolution we sent you and the cover sheet, and consider that your citizens, even small town that you are, going to need this sort of help. And Sutter's actually closed 22 what are called aftercare programs, where when you're finished with your acute stay in the hospital and you're trying to keep recovering, they've closed many programs. We don't know why, but we want to appeal to them to stop doing it. We have a website up also that's listed on the resolution, but we would very much appreciate if you look at the resolution, consider putting it on your agenda and passing it and joining the other 16 and 20 cities so far. We hope to get all 20 that are asking Sutter to take the generous offer of the county and the healthcare districts, reopen the pool in the interim, and help us provide the healthcare for the elderly and the needy and the disabled. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. Are there any more hands raised?
Yes, let's see.
Christy. Okay, you'll be next. Go ahead, Christy. All right, sorry, we're still pulling you over.
Thank you. A few items I have. I am in favor of, I am not in favor of our largest building and our largest housing site on Dorothy Ford open space. This park is to the left of Ford Field, the Little League field, where 600 children play in Little League every year. Ford Field must remain regulation size to remain an official Little League field, which means it cannot be reduced in size. The intent of Tom Ford's donation for Dorothy Ford, his mother, was to have it remain an open space. In fact, the taxes for this parcel was paid for by Tom Ford for 4 years, or the town would not have owned this land, according to our historian. Let's honor the intent of this donation, or Portola Valley may not get land donations in the future. Post knows how to keep open spaces by putting a conservation easement on the land. I think Portola Valley should protect town-owned open spaces and recreation spaces. That's my first point. My second point is I also am not in favor of passing a second read on anything such as important building code amendments, building code additions, and green codes, which are reach codes beyond some of our codes that we're amending are reach codes beyond the California law. I think that the residents should listen to a second read and see it in its entirety, not with just the code numbers that we have to go look up in the California code. And anytime there are amendments, I ask, and I think the residents would appreciate, red line crossouts and make it obvious which ones are additions and which ones have been changed by red line crossouts, and putting dates as to when the code was changed. So we will always know that these are the latest codes that were changed, rather than say something 10 years ago or 20 years ago. So please do take these 2 building code items out of the consent agenda and let us thoroughly have a discussion. As you can see from the PV forum, discussion is needed. Thank you.
Please hold applause. That's disrespectful to anybody who might have an opinion that is contrary to that. It's our public meeting policy and I haven't called on you to speak. So please, if you'd like to speak, you will have your chance. Mary, you're up next.
Well, this is just a comment. I have actually made it before many years ago, but I am here to recognize the earthquake we had yesterday. We had a 5.1 earthquake. It was much easy. It was extremely easy to feel at my house, much more so than in our neighboring towns. And I just wanted to review Marian Sofsky's fantastic article that she wrote 15 years ago in response to Simon Winchester's point about Portola Valley, in which he said in one of the best, a great New York Times, one of the bestseller books that has ever been done on earthquakes, no greater monument to hubris can be found in the world than in a pretty little town 40 miles south of San Francisco. The town is called Portola Valley. So this British author was taking his usual license at making fun of us, and Marian Sofsky came back strong to say that in 1964, we formulated a town that worked hard to protect our safety in terms of earthquake, and went through all the things that she and George Mader and all of us have done to make ourselves safe from earthquake. This is not the time to ignore earthquake risk. Those of us who live here understand that we're at a real risk for earthquakes. We've lived through some really serious ones. The entire road of Portola Valley Portola Road has been destroyed in the past. And we need to be fully aware and fully considerate in our safety. And I hope everybody here did well. I haven't heard of any mishaps.
Thank you, Mary. Are there any other hands raised? More hands raised. Anybody here? If you come up to the mic, please.
My name is Wilson Farrar. I'm at 4 Russell Avenue in Portola Valley. I want to thank each and every one of you for being here today and for your service to our community. You represent the community, so what you do is very, very important, and we have a lot of respect and appreciation for that. I would like to second and say thank you to Christine Horley for her presentation just a few moments ago. I believe that it is up to us as citizens both to defend the sanctity of the beauty of Portola Valley and our self-governance of Portola Valley. I believe that we all have kind hearts in general in this town. I think it's a very kind-hearted, wonderful town. We care about nature and beauty, and we care about our fellow citizens, and we care about the citizens of other communities and providing housing for those as well. My personal opinion on the housing meted out by Sacramento is that it is tyrannical for them to insist how we would go about providing this housing. I believe that there are many, many ways that we could provide it here in Portola Valley to assist fellow citizens of the state, and that it should be left to us to determine that. And I believe that there is still time to express our feelings to you folks with respect and kindness, and that we should do so. So I encourage my fellow citizens to speak up, to be emboldened, to share their thoughts. And I'll say thank you once again, everybody.
Thank you. Any more hands?
No.
Nope. Okay. Then we'll close all communications. We have no announcements or presentations tonight, so that will bring us to the consent agenda. The consent agenda is generally acted on with a single vote by the council. We take public comment on it, and the council member may pull any item on the consent agenda for further council discussion. Before, or rather, given the commentary that's been circulating in town about one of the items on the agenda, 5C. I would like to just clarify some of the points. I know we're probably about to get a lot of public comment on this item. And so before we spend a lot of time on that, there's been a lot of disinformation floating around about this item. So without pulling this item yet, I would like to give staff an opportunity to talk to a little bit just ahead of public comments so that we can hopefully clarify a number of questions people may have before they need to ask them in the interest of time. So, Jeremy, I don't know if you.
Can I
Talk
make one additional suggestion? Is that
Yeah.
possible? In addition, just because we reviewed it at last week's meeting, and I think there's much more, we had like 2 people on the meeting last time. And I know there's a lot of confusion about the language of an ordinance. So I think at the start, we should review how an ordinance works, what waiving an ordinance actually means and doesn't mean. I agree, it's beyond confusing. And in addition, review the history of this topic, in particular, the various meetings where it's come up at. I think the discussion of the content of it is by far the most important, but I just want to make sure everybody is on the same page with that historical and factual information about how the process works.
Yeah, that was part of what I was hoping to clarify before we went to public comment to help inform public comment, essentially.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Vice Mayor. Let me turn it over maybe to Cara Silver, the town attorney first, who can talk a little bit about how ordinances work and waiving in those terms. And then we'd like to turn it over to Brandy DeGarmo, who's the assistant to the town manager, who I believe has a short presentation on the items requested. Cara?
Sure. And Brandy was going to cover this issue in her presentation, but let me start with it, and then Brandy can go over it again to reinforce the idea. So state law prescribes how ordinances must be adopted. There are specific requirements in the government code, and what the government code requires is that all ordinances must go through 2 separate hearings in front of the town council before they are adopted. The first hearing is an opportunity for the public to comment on the ordinance, for council members to also comment on the ordinance and to make changes to the ordinance. The second hearing, which must legally take place at least a week after the second hearing, is an opportunity to review the final ordinance that incorporates the changes that were directed at the first hearing. And so at that second hearing, the council reviews the final language, makes sure that the final language reflects what the direction was at the first hearing, and then takes final action on the ordinance. Then state law prescribes that the ordinance does not go into effect for a period of at least 30 days. And then the town council can have an ordinance go into effect later than 30 days, but it cannot go into effect any earlier than 30 days. Those are the primary requirements of adopting an ordinance. Now, state law also contains what we call a sort of an archaic requirement, and that is back in the day when ordinances only consisted of one sentence or one paragraph, the law said that either the town clerk or the mayor had to verbally read the entire ordinance before or as part of that hearing. So modern practice is that we no longer do that. Instead, what we do is we attach the entire ordinance as an exhibit to the packet. And we post the entire ordinance online on our website. And so if members of the public want to see the exact language there are ample opportunities for them to see the language. It is not a good use of public time to sit and read a 50-page ordinance out loud. And so all city councils, to my knowledge now, have a practice and have had for years to waive the requirement that an ordinance be read from, you know, page to page out loud in connection with those two hearings. The other thing that I want to mention in terms of ordinance adoption is that there are certain ordinances that can be adopted on one reading. Those are urgency ordinances. You need to make special findings for those, for ordinances to be adopted in one meeting. And those types of urgency ordinances go into effect immediately. The two ordinances that are on your consent agenda this evening are not urgency ordinances. There is no special procedural requirements that are being sought in connection with these ordinances. They're just standard ordinances following the standard adoption process we have used for years and years. So with that, I'll turn it over to Brandy.
Thanks, Cara.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Thank you for this opportunity to clarify the specific element of the green building and other amendments proposed as part of the building code adoption at the last meeting. Here is an overview of what Laura Russell, the town's planning and building director, and I will review this evening. I also would like to introduce Blake Hershoff, Peninsula Clean Energy's Building Electrification Programs Manager, who assisted us with the cost impacts of the requirements and is here this evening as well. We would like to start by reviewing the process for adopting the building codes. The California Building Standards codes change every 3 years and are mandated by law to be adopted locally by city and county jurisdictions. State law also authorizes local governments to enact ordinances making amendments to the California Building Standards Code. The Building Standards Code goes into effect on January 1st of that 3-year cycle. As mentioned, this was the slide we had to review the ordinance adoption. So as Cara mentioned, we are now in the second hearing reading of this ordinance, and the building code will go into effect January 1st. Here is a timeline of the process we've gone through to get where we are at. Staff has held 6 meetings with the council over the last 3 years to discuss the amendments to the green building ordinance. As you can see here, all electric new construction became part of the discussion in February of 2020. Other major changes have been moving away from the Build It Green Greenpoint rated system and adding pre-electrification requirements for existing buildings. Here are the additional 2 meetings that were held this year. And we held a study session in August and a council update in May, and then the public hearing on October 12th. In addition to the numerous meetings with council, staff has consulted and briefed the Sustainability Committee at their monthly meetings on the progress of the update to the Green Building Ordinance over the last 3 years. Now we're going to go into the specific requirements and what they apply to for both new construction and existing buildings. So for new construction, the amendments to the ordinance apply to new buildings from the ground up. They also apply to additions, remodels, or alterations where the permit scope of all the permits issued in a 12-month period exceed 50% of the existing floor area, 50% of the existing wall area, or 50% of a combination of floor and wall area. The new construction requirements are that the construction be all electric buildings. There will be no natural gas or propane piping installed, and electricity will be used for cooking, clothes drying, space, and water heating. This includes all outdoor amenities such as kitchens, grills, pools, spas, fireplaces, fire pits, and outdoor heaters. The other requirement that applies to new construction is that the construction will have an electric vehicle ready space rather than a electric vehicle capable space, which is already required by code. So this is one level up that goes from just having the conduit, space for the conduit, to actually having the wiring there so that you can install a plug and or have a plug installed that you have an easier time plugging in a charging station. For existing buildings, which includes additions, remodels, and alterations, this applies to all residential construction, again, that are additions, alterations, remodels, repairs, and or accessory dwelling unit conversions that do not meet that definition of newly constructed. This applies where the scope of the work includes new, replacement, upgrade, or relocation of an existing air conditioning condensing unit and or the replacement or upgrade to the main electrical panel. So those are the only two triggers for the amendment to the ordinance or the code in existing buildings. You're either replacing, upgrading, getting a new AC or relocating it, or you're working on your main electrical panel. And those requirements, if you have one of those two triggers, the requirements are that you replace your existing AC or have a new AC that is a reverse cycle air conditioning heat pump unit. And what this does is this enables you, if your furnace ever goes out, you can then use that AC heat pump as your heating source. And so this sets you up for future proofing away from your gas heating source. The other requirement is that you replace or upgrade the main electrical panel. You're required to provide electrical capacity and reservation of breaker space to accommodate future electrical appliances, including an electric stove, clothes dryer, level 2 EV charger, photovoltaic panels, and a heat pump water heater. You're also required to have a dedicated 30 amp, 240 volt branch circuit installed within 3 feet from the existing water heater location. And again, as we discussed at the last meeting, this is so that you're doing this work when you already have the electrician out there, and it's more cost effective rather than having to have a plumber and an electrician come out if you want to change to an electric heat pump water heater when your water heater fails.
Excuse me, Brandy.
Yes.
I'm sorry, can I interrupt just for one little clarification?
Yes.
On that slide that the previous slide, item number 1, it talks about the AC condensing unit. To me, that reads as if you're talking about only the exterior unit, not the main air conditioning unit itself that would probably be in the house. So, I mean, that's a unit that often goes out earlier than the rest of the system, and often has to be replaced before you replace the whole air conditioning system. Am I reading that correctly? That you're talking about the exterior condensing unit only? That's a big difference from replacing the entire system.
I need help.
Yeah, Randy, I can help.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's the outdoor unit. So what you're saying, the condensing unit is just the outdoor fan coil. And if your air conditioning condenser, the outdoor unit breaks, you can replace it with an outdoor unit that basically is the same, that performs the same function, draws the same power, should run on the same circuit, which in the future, and all it's basically still just an air conditioner, but you could convert it at some point so that it was the cooling coil, the coil that actually runs to your furnace or air handler it's still just a cooling coil at that point, but you could convert it so that it was a cooling and heating coil. So yeah, it's basically what this is saying is if the outdoor unit breaks down, you replace the outdoor unit with one that just has the reversing valve so that it can be, in the future, it could be both a cooling and heating system.
Right.
You don't have to replace your furnace or your air handler.
Yeah, that's really helpful because I think that's a little bit confusing to some people.
Yes.
It appears that that's the entire system and it's not. So it's a much smaller.
That is.
And it's a cost that you would have to bear anyway if you wanted to air conditioner and keep operating.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
Marion, I see your hand raised. If it's a quick question, I don't want to interrupt
It's
Brandy's
really
flow.
quick. While Jeff's here, there's been a lot of confusion over if you replace your old air conditioner condenser unit with a heat pump unit, that will take more amps on your electric panel. And I say no because I kind of did that, but I want to hear what Jeff says.
I did the exact same thing last January. I had my my furnace failed. I ended up replacing my air conditioner and furnace with a heat pump, which indoor, I replaced the whole system. I replaced the outdoor coil and the air handler. They are running off, I can't open it right now, but they're running off this a 30 amp circuit in this sub panel in my Zoom room, and they're running off the exact same circuit that ran my outdoor coil back when it was just an air conditioner. So yes, it is absolutely possible to do that.
Thank you.
Thanks. Brandy, back to you.
Thank you. So now we wanted to clarify what the code isn't requiring for existing buildings. So you're not required to replace any of your gas appliances with electric appliances at the end of their life. And this is known as, we talked about it at the last meeting, as a burnout ordinance. The organization fossil fuel free buildings for sustainable, or for Silicon Valley, was requesting a burnout ordinance. That isn't what this is. If your gas appliance goes out, you can replace it with a gas appliance when and if you upgrade them. So that none of that is required in this code amendment. You are also not required to replace any of your gas or other appliances when you do work on your electrical panel. The AC replacement, as we discussed, is only triggered when you do work on the AC unit. You are also not required to replace any of your existing outdoor amenities with electric amenities. So now, again, with the help of Blake from Peninsula Clean Energy, we were able to help understand the cost impacts of certain measures. So you can see in this slide here that EV ready versus EV capable adds a nominal cost, if any, to that code amendment in new construction. And again, EV capable is what is currently required in the code, and EV ready is the REACH code amendment that was proposed to the council. Pre-wiring for the water heater while the panel is already being upgraded adds about $500 to $1,000 to that as part of that measure. Ensuring the panel has space for future electrification at the time of the panel upgrade is approximately neutral. And then the cost savings for all electric construction and new construction, you can potentially save up to $10,000. And then requiring AC to be a heat pump, you can save about $1,500. And we're going to go through each of these quickly in the next few slides. So here is the math on the EV capable versus EV ready. You can see that the EV ready is about $95 more. However, if you were to hire an electrician to come out later, it would cost you $500 to $1,500 if you could actually get an electrician to come out and do that work for you. Here are some example costs of the heat pump AC unit. You can see that electrification could save you up to $1,500, and that is with a PCE, a Peninsula Clean Energy incentive that is happening right now. Without that incentive, you can see it's about $2,000 more. For all electric construction, you can see here there's about a $10,000 savings based on these various implications of that within the home. The highest savings being that you do not need a gas meter or gas service connected when you go with all electric construction. And now, if there's no more immediate questions on that, I'm going to turn it over to Laura to discuss some of the other measures within the code amendments.
Brandy, sorry to interrupt. I was going to suggest, I see that Blake is here among the attendees. Perhaps we could promote him to panelist in case he does want to comment.
That would be great. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Good evening. I just wanted to add a little bit more related to the hardship and infeasibility and a little bit more around the WUI code amendments. So the way that it's drafted now, there is a hardship element that's included in the code in case there's unusual circumstances such that it would not be feasible to comply with this. So the applicant would have to make the request for the exemption at the time of their permit application. And of course, we could advise them on that. The way the code is written, the planning and building director would have the authority to grant the exception, but that would be only for the local amendments, only for the REACH code portion, not the state minimum code. So it would be that incremental increase would have the authority to grant the hardship and feasibility. So here's some examples of what that hardship may include. If the utility is unable to supply the adequate power, if the cost associated with that utility infrastructure design or requirements or the construction would adversely impact the construction cost of the project. So if it was out of proportion or unreasonable based on the size of the project that they were doing, or if the increase in the panel's electrical capacity due to these amendments would trigger electric service upgrades that would then require undergrounding requirements under our current code. So as the council is aware, the requirement to underground utilities can be very expensive in some cases. And so if someone was doing a very minor project that inadvertently tripped that trigger, it would be possible to use the hardship and infeasibility exception here. Next slide. So just briefly going over the WUI home hardening code amendments. This set of code amendments readopts the ones that were put into place a year ago. So that's actually should be December of 2021. So we're carrying those amendments forward, except in a couple of places. And that's because some of the things that the town adopted a year ago are now in the state requirements already. So examples of those include certain kinds of vents and enclosure of roof eaves. And then the other thing that we didn't carry forward from last year's amendments were related to decks. And so this says that we no longer require non-combustible decking material. Instead, we're going with the minimum state code requirements of ignition resistant material. So when we tried to implement this requirement for non-combustible decking material last year, in working with applicants, we found that it wasn't feasible and wasn't achieving the level of fire resilience that we were hoping for. And so we have taken a step back on that requirement. So now all decks would be required to meet the normal code requirements. And so there's no longer a relationship to the distance to any applicable building. Next slide. So then further amendments for home hardening, notably under this proposed code, detached accessory structures would, any of them that require a building permit would have to meet the WUI requirements. So the way to think about this is the Class A roof, which is the type of roofing that's required on houses, and the non-combustible exterior materials. And this includes ADUs and SB9 units. So this is a change, and this change was strongly recommended by the fire marshal, by the Woodside Fire Protection District. And then if that accessory structure does not require a building permit, then it would be required to comply with WUI if it's constructed closer than 30 feet to a property line. So the idea here is to discourage people from building accessory structures close to the property line, and by requiring them to meet that higher standard, even for minor accessory buildings and structures. And then the exterior columns, this is the columns that support root structures and trellises. And so those posts would have to be constructed of non-combustible materials or wrapped with a non-combustible material. And then there's an exception for when that wouldn't be required. Next slide. Next is energy storage systems, ESS. In common language, these are the batteries, the battery backups that are becoming really familiar and common in the community. So the residential code establishes minimum safety requirements for ESS, but on certain circumstances in the code, those batteries can be allowed in habitable spaces. And in our analysis and our professional opinion, it's not okay, especially the frequency that we have these batteries in the community, for those to be located in a habitable space. So we propose to remove that exception so the ESS couldn't be in living rooms and bedrooms. So the benefit is a higher level of safety for the occupants, and the rest of the other safety requirements would still be in the code. Next slide. So with these proposed amendments, it does not discourage ESS battery installations. It doesn't add cost to the project. You could still have stacking of those batteries whenever they're according to the testing standards that are established. What it does do is it just prevents ESS from being installed in habitable spaces like bedrooms and living rooms. Next slide. So that concludes the overview that Brandy and I wanted to present to you to make sure that everyone feels confident in what's being proposed and the amendments. And so I'll turn it back over to see what folks would like to discuss next, and we'd be happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you, Laura and Brandy and Cara. That we are, this is still part of the consent agenda, so I will go back and having had that presentation from staff, repeat how we normally proceed with our consent agenda. So we will take public comment on that or on any other item on the consent agenda. After we've heard public comment, I will bring it back to council, and council members may choose or may not choose to pull any item from the consent agenda or act on the consent agenda. So at this point, that means we will go to public comment. So if you would like to make a public comment on any item on tonight's consent agenda, please go ahead and raise your hand now if you're in Zoom, or raise your hand if you're in the room, and we will call on you. Carolyn.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I can't hear Carolyn. I think maybe the microphone's not on.
That's possible. Hold on, we'll check. Do we just switch to the other one? So one thing is, I think that microphone activation turns the
You
camera.
can't, the camera won't turn onto her, but yeah.
Oh, there we go. Okay, that one seems good. Okay, the camera may not show you Carolyn, but we can see her here. Go ahead, Carolyn.
So what I was saying is that I don't understand why a presentation like this is not on the website and then referenced, you know, when it was proposed, or some of these elements were proposed. I sat in several of these meetings, but it was individual projects that were actually discussed. For instance, electrification. And I don't feel that the town has had an open discussion to see if really this will help all the residents. This might be an opinion, and I agree with it. It's a good opinion, but I'm concerned that this policy does not help the majority of the residents. I'm really concerned about the remodeling and the alterations. And there again, we see a new policy, and then the next page, it seems like everything is reversed. It's very confusing. We have had several surveys on several topics, and I don't understand what this was. There was no survey on that. I am particularly concerned about the cost. And like Brandy said, who can find an electric?
I apologize, but I've lost Carolyn again.
Okay, we seem to be having microphone problems tonight.
One other thing, if you're going to stay with the second mic, the camera goes to the table.
Yep.
So if people don't mind sitting at the table, then those of us on Zoom could see them while they speak.
This will, if you have mine. Jeremy, I love the way you look with the new tooth.
Okay, yeah, Carolyn, if you'd like to finish, maybe if you can use Mary Ann's mic, and then we'll go to
You know,
okay.
we, that's okay. It's not smelling.
Improvising.
You know, we're all working very hard. COVID was, we had double shifts and we tried to make these meetings. We try to, because you value, I mean, we appreciate what you're doing, but we want to make sure this is a community and we're used to certain processes, and we've seen that has changed in the last years. And so we want to make sure that our residents all know, they're well informed about new policies. And we want to make sure that the majority of the residents benefit from these policies. Thank you.
Thank you. Help. Hands raised.
The next hand is Rita.
Thank you. Just a point of order. Since we're in the consent calendar, calendar agenda area, why are we discussing this item? Is this item now part of the regular agenda? Has it been pulled out of it? I attend a lot of these meetings and usually there's not a whole lot of extra discussion during the consent agenda on this item. This is a hot item for the community. And Vice Mayor Weinerkopf said that this item was discussed last week in a meeting. That's, you know, I know there was a town council meeting a couple of weeks ago. Was there another meeting that the public was not invited to? And is this considered a public hearing? You know, the attorney said, Cara said that this is supposed to be part of a public hearing, but then these items are in the consent agenda and asking to be waived. And they would not have been discussed under normal circumstances. It would have just been voted on by the town council for it to move forward. And I don't understand, who is this person, Blake, that works for PCE? I know that council member Offs has a relationship with PCE. Is he recusing himself on this particular item because of his relationship? And what is the resume of this person, Blake? Just because they work at PCE does not mean that they get to direct the policy of things and be the word for our town when we don't know who this person is. Did we hire him as a consultant? You know, I just have a concern of what is it that we're doing here under the consent agenda umbrella, and please have this item moved to the regular agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Rita. I'll repeat how we're deviating a little bit from our standard procedure tonight. Because this item has been so contentious and there's been a lot of misinformation and misunderstanding of it, I thought it was important to have staff come back to us and repeat part of the presentation in a concise way from our council meeting last time, where they went into a lot more detail on many of these issues. Because of the confusion that was out there in the public before we went to public comment on our consent agenda, as we normally do, I wanted to help clarify so that the public comments could be more understanding of what's in front of us tonight. So we are still in the consent agenda. We're still considering all of item 5 and taking public comment on all of item 5 at this time.
Mr. Mayor, if I may too, it has been the practice of this council and every council in California to allow public comment during consent items. So we have not deviated from the practice of this body.
Yeah, we're doing it slightly in a different order for this one item with the staff presentation. But if council members wish to pull any of these items, they will have an opportunity to do so after public comment. If you can hold off until after public comment, or is it?
Well, it's kind of relevant right this minute.
Okay.
PCE is a county-wide board, and every single city in San Mateo County has a seat on that board. Jeff has a seat on that board. That is his relationship with PCE.
And to be very clear, the only reason I have a seat on that board is because I represent Portola Valley, which is a party to the Joint Powers Authority that basically backs Peninsula Clean Energy legally.
Okay, is there any more comment on any item on the consent agenda?
We have 7 more hands raised right now.
David?
David.
Okay.
We should be ready.
David, you should be able to speak now on your end. You may need to unmute on your side. Let's come back to David. Okay, we'll try coming back to you, David, and we'll move on to the next person.
Ellen.
Ellen.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. First off, just as a statement, I can't see, it usually says who's speaking on Zoom, and I can't see anywhere on my screen where it's saying who's speaking, but that's neither here nor there. And my thing is, my question is kind of to Jeff, but to everybody. And I'm just saying, before moving forward with the policy regarding replacement of AC units with heat pumps, which HVAC companies and licensed electricians, were the reports from them indicating what power usage, what amperage we would need? Jeff, did you have, like, what amperage, what service do you have to your house that you put in your heat pump?
Alan, this isn't a time for directed questions. Questions should
Okay, then
address the chair, and we will address them.
Okay, I apologize. Then my thing is, I think we need to address more that 100 amps may not work a heating and air conditioning heat pump unit. I spoke with a licensed electrician today, and he says you definitely need 100 amp service just for, I know you're saying no, Jeff, but are you heating your house with that unit also? And it's not a question, because that's not, but my electrician said it takes more electrical usage for heating with for a heat pump than the cooling. The cooling is similar to a the regular air conditioning condenser, but compared to a gas heater in the house, the heat pump uses a lot more electricity. So I think we need to really get some reports done before we move on with this, a change in policy. And it should be from licensed heating, HVAC people and electricians. Thanks.
Thank you, Ellen. Next. Bruce.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
I want to thank for the opportunity to speak. The other thing is I think that the group has put together an extensive listing of various conditions. I admire the fact that you are taking into consideration in your reach codes, etc., both water and fire hazards. That's very appropriate for your building. I think that the having things on this that have exemptions for hardship conditions, I think you've done a lot of the right kind of work for this. And so I wanted to applaud you for that and see what it's going to take to move it forward, because the group has put together a lot of work on this, and it shows. And I say that from participating in many different meetings of city councils as being part of a number of countywide organizations. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. Next. John.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I spoke at the last town council meeting in favor of electrification. The bottom line is we are in a climate crisis, and we need to act quickly to avert the worst impacts of this crisis. And we have the technology, we have the solutions to do that. We need to find the political and social will to make this progress. I have a young daughter, she's 8 years old. And honestly, I'm very concerned for her future. I still have hope because I know we have the solutions that we need to preserve her future and that of future generations. But what a city can do is electrify their buildings and their transportation. Those are the two greatest impacts a city can have. And what cities do can have ripple effects to what the state does. And what the state of California does can have worldwide impacts on how we address this climate crisis. So it is not a small point to what a small city like or town like Portola Valley does. It's important. And so I fully support all electric new construction. It'll be a better building. It'll cost less to build. I fully encourage the council to consider to ensure that remodels are part of that. And at some point in the near future, we need to have a burnout ordinance where when a gas appliance reaches the end of its useful life, you replace it with the electric equivalent, which with the IRA, Inflation Reduction Act, and new benefits from Peninsula Clean Energy, greater rebates, 0% financing, it's virtually cost equivalent to do this. And it's the right thing to do. And I appreciate you considering this. And in many cases, you do not need 100 amps or more to electrify your home. There are devices out there that allow you to do it on that level of power. So to that other point, thank you so much. And I appreciate your time.
Thank you, John. And next, I think, is Robert.
Good evening, members of the council and staff. Thank you for this opportunity to address you tonight. I attend a lot of these meetings. I attended the last meeting of the Portola Valley Town Council. I want to compliment staff and the council for taking on a very difficult issue and taking on in a very professional and well thought out way. The issue about replacing the equipment when it fails, in my own particular home, I have replaced all of my gas-fired equipment because it was going to fail anyway. The furnace was on its last legs. The gas water heater was 12 years old. I decided to replace them. The incremental cost increase was only $7,000 over what it would have cost me to have replaced gas with gas. Had I waited for the Inflation Reduction Act, that cost would have been zero. The opportunity moving forward to replace equipment as it fails, especially in remodels, is a good opportunity for cities to move forward and to take the opportunities to spend some really good money that's coming down from the Inflation Reduction Act and also from Peninsula Clean Energy. I compliment you on what you're doing. I think your steps to look at remodels of existing residential buildings is a very good place to start, and I compliment you for what you're doing. And please, I urge you to pass this ordinance tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. And next is Karen. Karen, you may need to unmute at your end. Karen, oh, looks like you're still muted at your end, maybe. No, okay, let's move on. We'll come back to you, Karen, at the end, and we'll go to Dale.
Thank you. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to speak to two topics with regard to the mandating of full electrification of new buildings. The first is character and ambiance, and the second one is safety. There's been a lot of talk about Sacramento basically changing our town character. And I thought of something. I'm my daughter's second grade Wolf Den scout leader. So we had all of our scouts. We had over 100 scouts sitting around a campfire down at Pinnacles. And we started the whole campfire songs and skit routine, talking about how for thousands and thousands of years, humans have gathered around fire. And it's a part of most new home builds where you have a nice natural gas insert that gives heat and ambiance to a room. So I respect a lot of the portions of the electrification of appliances, but I don't understand what I see as a draconian measure to change anyone's new remodel or build character. We were planning on putting in 2 natural gas fireplaces for ambiance as well as safety. And I'll speak to safety a little bit. Power goes out here often. And I think, it will continue to do so, whether it's a public safety power shutoff or a tree falls on the line and power cannot be restarted until PG&E does a full inspection of the line. We had planned a full heat pump HVAC system, a heat pump clothes dryer, likely an induction range, but we were going to run our 2 natural gas fireplaces. We were going to run their electric blower motors off our Tesla Powerwall battery, which is a very feasible, low electric consumption, way to utilize such a device. I just did a quick back of the envelope math, assuming a heat pump is plugged into a 30 amp circuit, but takes 20 amps at 240 volts. You will flank a Powerwall in well under 3 hours, just running your heat pump, whole house, heater off of the Powerwall. And assuming you're going to save some of the energy for your LED lights and everything else. My daughter asked me, she goes, well, if this really comes to fruition, if the power goes out, Dad, will I freeze? And I don't know what to tell her, because it's not a practical solution to run whole house heat pump systems off of battery backups. So it's a big safety thing, not just a comfort thing. If people's power goes out and they have no way to heat their house, we could be killing people. And I think that's just a drastic overreach from the town council. I would respectfully request that this be more limited in scope and more reasonable. Thank you.
Thank you, Dale. Next is Nan.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, I do agree with eventual electrification. I think that's the way to go. We do need to, the town can make its statement about climate change. I don't think it's going to be a drop in the bucket compared with coal-fired power plants in China, for instance, but we can do what we can for the climate. 6 years ago, we finished our house here. We tore our old house down to the ground and built from under the ground up. We installed solar, electric panels and solar thermal system, which gives us extremely efficient water heating with just a little bit of nudge from the gas boiler, which is just a little box that hangs on the wall and is more than 95% efficient. It is extremely efficient to heat this house with radiant heating with gas. It uses almost nothing. And so I am loath to give that up. And the other thing is that at the time when we built the house, we put in a whole house generator run off natural gas. And when the power goes out, within 5 or 10 seconds, we have the whole house running again, everything, including my induction cooktop, high power induction cooktop and wall ovens and everything else. I can run everything at once. I also think it's a safety issue. We are much safer with the gas generator than without. I know you're not going to take away our generators, but I think that new construction and substantial remodeling projects also deserve the option of having some gas. I think that we are thinking of going all electric too soon. I think we should be in a transition period, and we should consider, for one thing, not doing the reach codes now and waiting and seeing where things go, especially with the California electric grid. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to add something.
Oh, hello. Okay, my husband's here. Yes, speak.
Yeah.
This is Rob. Okay.
Yeah, hi. With respect to the backup generator, I would very much suggest that we have an exemption for backup generators. It is a safety issue, especially for us older people. And other towns have made an exemption for that. Thanks.
Thank you. Next is Leslie.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. First of all, thank you for giving me the chance to speak. My name is Leslie Crease, and I am a resident of town. Unlike, one of the previous speakers who we just had on, I Googled him. He's a planning consultant and contractor who is advocating for changing all of our homes. Anyways, this measure is too much, too fast for this town. And I don't think the town council has done an adequate job of communicating this to the town. This really is a bit of a stealth effort. And that's what the kerfluffle around town this week, I believe, was about. And you can say you've gone through all your policies about how things are announced, but it truly is hard to understand what's going on with the town council. This should be better publicized. Now, I've heard a lot of really bright people this week, and God knows we have lots in this town, having a lot of great conversations, and I've learned a lot. But everybody assumes that they've had the standard experience, whatever that is. Everybody in this town is different, and every home in this town has different needs. There are homes that were built at the turn of the last century in this town, and there are modern homes, and they all have different needs. Many of us are on fixed incomes. Some of us have hit the lottery. But yet there seems to be this universal discussion going on that we can all afford this, we can all do this, we can all do this quickly, and upgrading panels and things isn't a big deal. For a lot of people, it is a big deal. I think this has been poorly communicated. I think it's a drastic overreach. I think gas generators are a really good thing given the state of PG&E. And I would encourage the town, since this is such a contentious issue, I would strongly encourage our town council to put this in front of the town for a vote or a referendum or a much more public discussion than what this is. People need to be heard and people need to hear about this. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Leslie. And I see Karen's hand is still up, so we'll try Karen again. Go ahead, Karen, if you unmute at your end, you want to speak. Still not hearing Karen. Okay, is there any further public comment here? Yes, if you'd like to come up to the mic code. Are we using Mary Ann's? Okay. Sorry about the inconvenience.
No, thank you for the opportunity to make a comment. My name is John. I'm a 3-year resident, so just when the pandemic hit, so I haven't seen most of you. I don't know Nan and I don't know Leslie, but I agree with their points, so I won't reiterate them. My points were going to be, I saw cost options for new builds that are neutral or feasible. I didn't see anything around a remodel. And so if somebody's going to do a remodel that doesn't involve the heating system or the kitchen, but it's 50% of the area, and if that throws them into electrifying the entire house, that's a huge. There's no calculation you can show that that's the same. So I don't know whether that was done, looked at or not, but it seems like that was thrown in maybe after without the same analysis. And the second thing is on some of the analyses, because something's possible if you use this brand of this and this brand of that, that's constraining the choices of our town. So that probably ties to the point of this might be a little premature to go so aggressively on something that probably, I mean, Portola seems like if we did a carbon budget for Portola, I think we'd find it's already one of the leading top 1% in the country. So we're going for that last percent. And we're going to throw a whole bunch of residents into issues if they try to remodel. So that's my 2 cents. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, let's give Karen one last try, since I think she's the last hand left up. Karen, one last shot. There, it looks like you're unmuted. Can you? Oh, although it doesn't say talking permitted anymore. I think Karen is maybe not able to talk right now.
Also, I'm having a hard time clicking on the button.
Karen, can you hear us?
No, okay, that seems to not be working. So let's try Christy. Christy, go ahead. Oh, and Karen's hand seems to have gone down now, so she may have been.
Yeah, I
added.
just wanted to say, I really do appreciate this information. I've been going to the sustainability. I've been learning a lot. I think we all have through this process. I feel like it's just exploded this week and we need more time. So one of my questions is in the public presentations over the number of months since August and October, were there additions made along the way that everyone was not aware of? So if I only went to the August meeting, but didn't go to the October meeting, did I miss some information on this? For those people that aren't here tonight, and I was seeing that there was 49 people and we have 4,500, 600 people in the town, there's still a lot of people to educate. And I guess those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy. And next is Ellie.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for taking my comment. I would just echo a few of the comments that have already been made tonight. We try to keep up to speed on various council, topics, and I would just echo the comments from other people that it didn't seem to get the same level of broad awareness, and as a result, it does feel very rushed, very crammed through. And the question I have to ask in terms of thinking about how we're being represented at the council is, for a topic like this, people who concur with this policy, they're able to do it. They can go ahead. We've heard from several people today that are all heads down in terms of changing their appliances and electrifying. And yet the question is, why do we need to impose this on people who clearly don't want it? I would highly advocate that we put this out to a broader vote so that we can get a better sense of, as other people have commented, who wants this? Who is this economical for? Is this in the best interest of our community? And broadly, again, just more of the technical point, I can't even fathom in a town where we have so many power outages that we would leave many homes, in some cases with elderly citizens, without the ability to, heat their homes. It makes really no sense. I respect all the work that has been done on this, but again, I would, like many people tonight, advocate that we spend a little more time on it. We get a broader viewpoint from the community to make sure that we're doing things in the community's best interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellie. Okay, I see no more hands on Zoom. Is there anybody else present here who would like to speak? Nope. Okay, and just to repeat, since everybody has spoken on item 5C, there are several other items on the consent agenda, and now is the time to speak on any of those other items as well. If you would like to speak on any of those items, now is the time to do so. And I see Rita's hand has gone up.
Yes, thank you. I would like for you to take the other waived item off the consent calendar and have a discussion on it for the people and not just let things go on the consent calendar that get a waive and a vote by the council. But these are issues that affect our everyday, will cost us money in many ways. And right now, you know, our financial structure, we're taking money out of reserves and we don't have a completed audit. So this is money that will affect us one way or another in trying to build infrastructure to support all of these programs. And this item also needs to come out of the consent calendar, out of the consent agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Rita. Okay. Yes, Carolyn, you have a comment on one that you didn't speak on yet? Could you use Marianne's mic, please? Thanks.
Thank you. I was wondering if Vice Mayor Wernickehoff could repeat one more time what the changes are. I'm aware of the ADU Ambassador Program, but could you briefly reiterate what the changes were that we're going to adopt today? Thank you.
Well, if we pull it, we might discuss it, but thank you for your comment. Okay, and I see Christy Corley's hand has gone back up. I assume, Christy, that's to speak on another item.
Yeah, there was a item that we used to say that 6 people per unit, and now that's crossed out and then crossed out supplemental. And we've added in transitional and emergency shelters. So I have a big question what this means for the town. And can you please describe transitional housing? I did look it up and it said 24 months of can be transitional housing. Supplemental housing is permanent housing. I understand that. And then emergency shelter, I think, and then group homes. So can you describe all these things and help educate the residents what this truly means? Thank you.
Thank you, Christy. Okay, any further public comment? See no hands raised, so I will bring it back to the council then. Would anybody like to pull any of the items?
I would.
Yes,
I would like to pull item 5B.
okay,
And also 5E.
okay. Those were the 2 I was going to pull also, so thank you for that.
I'm sorry, I couldn't quite hear you. Which 2?
C and E.
5C and 5E.
Okay.
Okay, anything else? And if not, I would entertain a motion on A, B, D, F.
So move.
Moved by Jeff,
Second.
seconded by John. Can you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Alf,
Aye.
Councilmember Derwin,
Aye.
Councilmember Richards,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wernickehoff,
Aye.
Mayor Hughes.
Aye. Okay, so then we will discuss item 5C. Sarah, why don't you start?
So I guess one thing I really appreciate all of the feedback from the many people that have been providing feedback on this. I so appreciate the staff looking at you, Brandy, on the big screen here, for all the hard work that you guys have done, as you pointed out, for years, this specific ordinance. And I just want to mention on process, what I've shared as, because I'm new to all this, you know, in the last 2 years relative to the other people who are working on these things. And I agree, the wording of ordinances is complicated and unintuitive. And I think 2020 hindsight and process of improvement we can work on is better wording of our council agenda items, trying to get things in more layperson terms. The joke that I said is, if I can understand it, hopefully everybody can understand it. That said, it hasn't been, buried or hidden or, in my opinion, rushed. They've been, working on this for a couple of years, and we are following the process. All that said, as I remarked in my comments 2 weeks ago, not last week, I misspoke in the last meeting, on principle, I'm not a fan of mandates, especially as it relates to people's personal property. I shared, and I'm going to repeat again tonight because we have more people and more interest, some of the comments I made last week, but I support the intent of these reach codes, both in our home hardening and this green building ordinance, but I'm increasingly concerned that they go a step too far, and in particularly cumulatively have an extreme impact on choice for the people who are doing 50% plus remodels or new buildings. I'm trying to learn from the outcome of the home hardening ordinance, which I know took an enormous amount of time and effort from people working in very good faith with good intentions. But again, feel, that even is a step too far in terms of mandating options, especially because in my opinion, I feel like the market for certain things such as non-compostable materials lags our policy, similar to some of the comments that are being made about electrification tonight. So as I said, I do prefer a market-based approach using incentives and or penalties. And due to cost, complexity, and choice, I do support a more measured, phased in and gradual approach. Again, which is why I voted that way in the last meeting. And I guess my question is, given where we are in the process, and this is a process, we're making the sausage, so to speak, and that's why we are re-reviewing this again right now. Are there ways to break this up a bit? What would a phased approach look like? And what are, what I, as a person who, this is way out of my league in terms of expertise, but I'd love to know, like, what are the lower cost reach codes that enable flexibility? One that's kind of easy and simple for most people to grasp is EV capable versus EV ready, as an example. And so I'm wondering, based on where we are in the process, if it's possible to kind of think of a phased approach and look at it that way. The other one little point I do want to make is there was a ton of dialogue, which was awesome and interesting on PV Forum. There was some that was misinformation, as there always is, but I want to remind people that is not town council. If people want to be heard, they should come to the meetings or submit their comments through the town website. You can't, just assume that because something's being discussed on the forum, that's the council. And I really want to underscore that this is the venue and this is the process to share your feedback. So thank you.
Thanks. John.
Yeah, I think there's still some misunderstandings going around about how this might affect costs. For one thing, on a new construction project, putting in an electrical system without having to put in a gas system is going to cost you less, at least in that portion of the process. And with a major remodel, anything that's classified as a major remodel has to bring all their systems up to current code, so that electrical systems, plumbing systems, everything will have to meet current code. So that's not going to be a major change from the cost for electrical either. It'll be very similar to what it would be if it was a new building. We all complain about construction costs all the time, and rightfully so, because they're ridiculous. But this particular ordinance will not have a negative effect on costs for new construction. It's just the opposite, in fact. Major remodels, you have to put in well, maybe there may be ways you can do a major remodel without doing a really large amperage service, but most people will anyway, because everyone is electrifying everything these days and you need a large system. So a 200 amp service is not unusual. It's kind of the run of the mill now.
I think we require it, don't we? In Portola now?
That may be the case. I'm not sure. But finally, there seems to be evidence that PG&E is actually trying to get out of the gas business. Probably seeing the writing on the wall that somewhere down the road, next decade or two, there's not going to be any demand anywhere for it, or it'll be so small that they will be out of the state. And I don't know any good reason for tying into a dying technology if that's the case. So anyway, these are growing pains. I think as we adapt, the electrical system has to adapt. That's certainly a market driven situation. And I really see this as not so much a choice issue as leaving a somewhat habitable planet to our kids and grandkids issue. And I think there's a big article in the New York Times this morning saying we pretty much haven't managed to do it anywhere on the planet yet, haven't managed to meet our goals. And we have to start somewhere. A small place like Portola Valley can start and make a small impact, and it's better than nothing. And I think there's time to pick the low-hanging fruit, which this is, and move ahead. Everyone I know who's switched to a convection cooked or a induction cooktop is absolutely thrilled with it and would not go back to gas or electric resistance. And everyone I know who's put a heat pump furnace in is happy with it. It's not aware that it's any different than a normal furnace. So I don't think this is something we should delay at all. I think we should need to push it ahead right now.
Okay, thank you. Marianne.
Thank you. I just wanted to do a little big picture here. First of all, 40% of carbon emissions come from buildings. In California, by the year 2030, there will no longer be sales of gas furnaces, gas water heaters, et cetera. California is phasing out gas. And as you know, in 2035, can't sell cars that operate on gasoline. And the big goal is carbon neutrality by 2045 in California. So this just gets us in the queue to make those goals. The other thing that has been brought up a little bit, but not that much, is the Inflation Reduction Act, which was passed in August. There is a huge amount of money for electrification. I mean, I started looking into it. What's nice about it is it's also hits middle and low income families, but there is tons and tons of money for, if you're going to electrify your whole house, you could get a lot of rebates. So this will bring the cost way down. We haven't really rushed this because Jeff can refresh my memory. Didn't we try to get REACH codes passed when Ann Wengert was still on the council?
We actually approved an all-electric REACH code in 2019 that never got incorporated because basically the code writing got disrupted by COVID.
Yeah, so this has been around for a long time. And if you look at other communities, just in San Mateo County, 17 out of 21 jurisdictions, that means 20 cities and county unincorporated have passed REACH codes. So I think it's time to do it. And I know it's going to be hard. It's going to be a big change. But in the end, I think people will be happy with the change. Thank you.
Thank you, Marianne. Jeff. You're on mute, Jeff.
Thank you. I will quickly answer the question that Ellen raised, if I may share my screen. So this is, do you see it? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, this is the cut sheet, actually. This is the spec sheet for the heat pump system that I have installed in my house right now. If you see here, you'll see the minimum breaker fuse sizes are here. Mine happens to be the 30 amp one because it's a 2.5 ton. But whatever system you have installed in your house, whatever AC you have installed, the heat pump should be roughly the same size. So if you have a 30 amp circuit for your air conditioner, you should be able to install the outdoor unit of the heat pump on that same circuit. It should be roughly the same size because your house has stayed the same size. The blower is is on your furnace circuit, and it is a smaller amperage motor than the outdoor unit. But again, because you already have a furnace and already has a blower, you're not adding any amperage to it. So just to answer Ellen's question, you really should be able to replace an air conditioner outdoor unit. I mean, all this really is the outdoor unit with some extra piping in it to run in both directions, to both cool and heat. So that was my one. Just because you asked the question, I thought I would do my best to answer it. Okay. Sorry, I'm looking at my notes here. Yeah, we were close to approving this in 2019. We have been talking about this for a long time. This has also been in place in places like Palo Alto for a couple of years. I've seen now probably a couple dozen projects completed that are all electric. And I will tell you what I'll tell any client that ever asks me about this. You're getting a better product. Heat pumps are actually work much better than furnaces in almost every aspect. Heat pump water heaters work very well now. And induction cooktops are great. People really like the way they heat up very quickly. They control temperature very efficiently. They also have the added feature of not spewing poison into your house. This is something that I learned about 3 or 4 years ago, and it actually kind of scared me. I have not yet replaced my cooktop, but I will, because burning natural gas inside a home actually results in very unhealthy, perhaps even dangerous air. It is a better product. If there is a power outage, please do not use an open natural gas fireplace or a cooktop or an oven to heat your house for that same reason. It's unless it's really, really well vented, it's going to be basically creating dangerous air conditions inside your home. I lived for a month last winter without a furnace, and it is you can do it. It's not ideal, but it's certainly, we live in a climate where I don't relish the prospect of being without power for several days, but I've actually gone without heat for several days, and no one's going to die. Mary Ann brought this up. At some point, natural gas is a very, very cheap product delivered over a very expensive system. And what that means is when you pay for your natural gas, you're paying for both the gas and the cost of maintaining and running the system. And as people exit the system, which they will, and they are, that cost of maintaining the system is going to fall on fewer and fewer payers, and the people who are paying more will start looking at electrification, and that'll trigger what's called a death spiral. And so at some point, people will be exiting the gas system, and people will be paying significantly higher amounts than they're paying right now. The pre-wiring requirements are basically an effort to give current homeowners and future homeowners an off-ramp, so that when they get to the point where that happens, if that happens, and I think it will happen in the next several years, they have the option of switching over to electric quickly and easily. That is a big part of what the pre-wiring is for. What else was I going to say? We're not requiring anybody to give up any appliances right now, unless you're building a new house. If your house is over 50 years old, you should really consider rewiring, because the older electrical system is not safe. I have a 200 amp panel. I actually upgraded 10 years ago from a 100 to 200 amp panel. I had knob and tube wiring from the 50s and 60s in my home that I replaced. Sooner or later, I know it's expensive. I know, and I feel for people in that situation, but having older wiring is actually quite dangerous, and it's something that people do. It's going to happen eventually, whether with or without this. I guess that's it. I mean, this is not about my personal beliefs. This is about policy, and I agreed with one of the commenters that we're talking about steps to make the future, the planet, livable for our children. in addition to the gas that you burn inside your house or in your heat pumps and water heaters, the methane, the natural gas system itself leaks gas constantly. That's actually not a bug, it's a feature. The methane gas system vents methane to help equalize pressures. If you walk out to your meter sometime and stand there, you'll actually give a slight smell of gas. If you get a strong constant smell of gas, you should call PG&E to make sure to have them check it out. They'll come out immediately. But even a normal working meter, basically it has a small pressure device on it that releases gas intermittently. So that the system is leaking gas whether you use it or not. And so with these all electric ordinances, one of the goals of this is to start basically in an orderly fashion, start pruning back the gas system. That's not going to happen overnight. I don't know when it's going to happen. If you build a new building, you're putting gas infrastructure in that you expect to last 30 to 50 years. Even replacing an appliance, you're talking about something that's going to last 10 or 15 years. If this were up to me personally, I probably would have a replacement requirement in here, a burnout replacement. I can live with what we have here. I think it's a good step. I think it results in good products, and I'm comfortable supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. I agree with most of what's been said here tonight by my colleagues. I am very supportive of this measure, and I think we are doing this incrementally. We have been doing it incrementally even before this current REACH code. The code has been getting more stringent over the last several decades. And we are definitely headed to a future where in California, there will be no more natural gas. We will not be able to buy the appliances that people are asking us to allow them to keep now. You'll obviously be able to keep the ones you have right now, but that is not going to continue being the case going forward. On electric reliability and grid reliability, this is a huge concern of mine, not just for the major appliances that we're talking about for home heating and cooking, but for everything that we do. PG&E's grid reliability is appalling. It's far worse than any other first world country I've ever lived in my life. The fact that I have visitors who come here and I have to explain to them that PG&E has just chosen to turn our power off for a couple days, and that's normal. And in fact, PG&E is proud of it, and they put TV ads about how wonderful it is just mystifying to me. So I hope that in the coming years, short number of years, we will start holding PG&E's feet to the fire and make sure that their franchise agreement in town insists that they actually deliver reliable power to us. It's just unacceptable that they don't. And that reliable power needs to be delivered safely in a way where they don't continue setting fire to the state, whether that's here or anywhere else. The fact that, I think PG&E is now documented as being responsible for over 500 fires in the state of California, that is just not okay. So that's a separate issue that we need to tackle separately from our building codes. And I think it's absolutely critical in the 21st century that we have reliable power supply. So we will need to deal with that. But as for the requirements themselves, I think we're taking an incremental step here. We're not going as far as we potentially could. We're doing what many other towns in the Bay Area have already done. Including, I think, San Jose, Menlo Park, Palo Alto, a lot of our neighbors, South San Francisco, a lot of towns. Sarah, I think you were asking about what kind of incremental approach we might take, talking about EV ready versus EV capable. What we're talking about here is actually in a lot of ways similar. That in some cases we're requiring when you're doing a new build to put in these electrical appliances, but if you upgrade your panel, what we're saying is you make your thing heat exchanger capable. Not actually install the exchanger unless you want to at the same time, but just really creating that infrastructure to enable those changes over the coming years. Correct, except remodels and new builds. So I'm supportive of this ordinance and ready to move it forward if we have a motion.
Can I say one more thing?
Yes.
So we are also, and this is not a choice, we're adopting the California Energy Code for 2022, the new code. The new energy code pretty much more or less requires heat pumps and heat pump water heaters for space and water heating. So I mean, if you're building a new home in California, it's almost impossible now to make it comply without a heat pump and a heat pump water heater. The gas appliances are going to be all very, very difficult to make comply in this new code cycle. The biggest thing we're pushing with this REACH code is we'd basically be removing cooktops, gas cooktops, and eliminating the gas connection just for the cooktop or mostly for the cooktop. So it's if you are building a new home, you are going to be installing a heat pump and a furnace. That's just how the state's energy code works, and so that is definitely the direction we're moving in.
Oh, there is one more note actually that I had, which I forgot to mention earlier. One question I had is when we think the appropriate time for this ordinance to take effect might be. So by default, it will be January 1st alongside building code updates. I have heard some feedback from some folks who have recently purchased property or in the middle of the design process that they don't want to have to go and revisit those elements. And then we are getting towards the end of the year and near January. So I don't know if we wanted to, we don't really have a choice for the building codes themselves, but they've presumably been anticipating those since that's state law. But for our REACH codes, do we want those to take effect maybe a little later in the year? I don't know, March or something, to give people who are currently in the design process a little bit more time to submit their applications. Sarah?
I had a very similar question, and that is, people that have gone through ASCC, so they have all the drawings and work and all of that, but they don't have a building permit yet. So,
Well, if their applications are in, they should be under the old rules. Is that correct, Laura?
but they don't have a permit.
When the building codes go into effect, people have to apply for their building permit by the last day of this year. So there's not an automatic exemption for those people that have gone through the ASCC process. But when we were talking about this amongst the staff team, we were talking about what the changes are. And the biggest change that people are going to experience are what we've been talking about in terms of the cooktop and any outdoor amenities. And so those would be where the changes are. They would have anticipated, we think, all of the rest of these changes, and they wouldn't have any, big impact on them. Additionally, a lot of times people don't complete that portion of their plans until they're in construction. So they might have, visuals and drawings of what they plan on doing conceptually, but they haven't actually drawn those plans yet. So the mechanical, the Title 24, the kind of all the details of those things they don't do until their building permit application. In terms of an implementation perspective on this, we would encounter challenges of phasing in some things and not others, in terms of communicating that and plan checking those things. So if there's a specific proposal to do that, we would like a chance just to kind of think about that and provide some staff feedback on how that implementation may go.
So Laura, when you say that, are you talking about fragmenting the REACH codes to have different things, or even having the REACH codes apply starting at a different date from the building code changes from the California building code?
Even having the REACH codes apply at a different date, because then we would be implementing multiple different timelines for different types of projects. And our plan check consultants would be plan checking different things at different times, and it would be our obligation to track all of those and make sure everything was plan checked under the right code.
Got it. Okay, thank you. So with that, is there any further discussion or thought, or does anyone want to make a motion?
Oh, I had one little nugget that I didn't share. The French Laundry uses induction cooktops.
I'm unclear on the proposed timeline. Could somebody summarize?
So I've suggested we might want to think about it, and the current proposed timeline is January 1st. So if anybody has any thoughts on that, now would be the time to
Right.
contribute your thoughts.
So I would like to figure out a way. I am concerned about people who have plans in the pipeline. and would like to, but I'm also, Laura, very sensitive to the complexities of bifurcating, you know, the baseline code and the reach code. So I guess I would appreciate a brainstorm on how to accommodate residents' needs that are in that process right now, that I really don't think it's fair for them to incur additional costs in addition to having their vision for what they were going to have if they thought they were going to have a gas fireplace or what have you, and that change. And I know I don't want to get into the subjectivity of the merits of that. It's a change for them no matter what. So I want to figure out how we balance their perspective and the complexities of managing a parallel path process for a grandfathered amount of time.
Laura, from the staff point of view, just to dig in on the brainstorming concept that you were thinking of, would it be relatively easier to potentially, rather than having it be based on, you know, where an applicant is in their process, to just set a fixed date, to say something like these rules would apply starting from May 1st or whatever date we might want to do, so that then, you know, any application that comes in before that date would be under, well, if it's before January 1st, it would be under our current code. If it's after January 1st, but before whatever our activation date is for the REACH codes, it would be the California Building Code with the updates. And then from then on, so you're not tracking, like any application on a given date would have the same rules regardless of whether it's been through ASCC3 or not yet, or whether anybody started their application process. What's the
Can I make a quick comment here?
Sure.
We have adopted REACH codes in between code cycles. So we have adopted REACH codes, I think 6 months or even a year after the code cycle changed. If people wanted to adopt the REACH code for July 1st or something, I mean, that would be to give people more time who are in the, you know, to adjust to that. I mean, personally, I could be okay with that. I think that's, I won't speak for staff, but I think that's easier than trying to sort of trying to base it on where somebody is, you know, like somebody who's been through ACC. My 2 cents.
Laura?
Yes, if we had a date certain, then that would be easier to implement for the green building elements. But the way that the ordinance is prepared for you, these are all local amendments. And so the ordinance is not prepared in a way that we can segment that for you and change the date, because we need to make sure the building code gets adopted so our own local amendments go into effect on January 1st. Otherwise, we would lose all of our local amendments by not adopting the building code and our local amendments.
Okay, Brandy?
I wanted to just mention that Laura and I and the rest of the staff were very thoughtful in the timing of when we brought this to you. We brought the building code amendments to you so far in advance of when they would go into effect, so that the planning department and with my assistance would have plenty of time to create materials and do outreach and let project applicants know what was going to go into effect. So I just wanted to mention that this was done very thoughtfully. You know, we're over 2 months ahead of that effective date.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. Marianne, I see your hand is up, but let me just ask Cara briefly.
Sure.
Cara, if we were to ask to put a date change in here, or a let's call it a sunrise date, since sunrise is a popular term these days, what would we need to do procedurally? Would that require it to come back again for another second reading?
No, I don't think it would. What we would do is we would change the effective date in the ordinance. And I think what we could do is in the effective date state that the sections of the ordinance that just simply adopt the existing or the new building codes and green building code would go into effect on January 1 or whatever date the council specifies. And then the local amendments to the green building code would go into effect July 1 or whatever date the council specifies. So I think it is doable. And we would not need to bring it back for a second reading.
Okay, thank you. Mary Ann.
For the very few projects that might be caught in the middle that Sarah's worried about, could you use that hardship exemption?
Laura, you're the planning director who gets to choose what a hardship is.
I would be hesitant to. I mean, I would really have to look at the exact language of it, because I think it might confuse the intent of the hardship and, you know, what we intended to do in the future. So I would want it to be, you know, specifically with the council's direction, as opposed to, you know, relying on the language that's in there that we would normally use moving forward to make that decision.
Okay, thanks.
So on that, what we could do is incorporate a criteria into the hardship exemption that would only apply during the first, say, 6 months of the ordinance. And that would add additional costs as a result of the project being, you know, receiving its discretionary permits prior to submitting its building permit.
Seems like it might be easier to just do it with a particular date if that's the direction we want to go, because then people don't have to apply for the hardship exemption and thinking, you know, Laura doesn't have to assess it and so on. If that's a pass.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm fine with setting a date a little further out. And, trying to reach catch some of the people who are in the midst of it. I don't think we'll be able to catch people who are thinking about building here someday, but you know, so I think that's reasonable.
Okay, Laura, I don't want to break the planning department with anything we're about to suggest here. If we picked a date, and what would people say is a good date? Should we say July 1st? I see a lot of head nodding. Jeff, July 1st sound like a good date, if that's.
Yeah, I mean, I would be fine with maybe April 1st, but you know, 6 months, sure.
Okay. Is that something that you think, Laura, that the planning department can handle? If we proceed as Cara suggested to make the local extensions to the green building ordinance kick in July 1st and everything else kicks in January 1st.
Okay, so I just want to think it through and make sure that we're all understanding it the same. And this is also for Cara and Brandy. So the way that we have it written right now, we're adopting the building code and we're adopting local amendments to some of the administration, to the WUI standards, to the home hardening standards, and then to the green building. And we are removing an old section of the code that was related to green building. So that would go away for 6 months. So what the green building standards that we have in place right now would disappear for 6 months until the new ones go into effect. So we'd be changing the code 2 times. So we'd be going backwards for a few months and have no green building ordinance. And then we would go forward with the new ordinance at the new date. Cara, is that also your interpretation?
Well, the green building ordinance, the uniform green building ordinance would apply. And I think that we've done some checking. And so the green building ordinance, this code cycle is very similar to the local amendments that we currently have chaptered. And
right,
so
the Cal Green code would go into effect. The regular state code.
Yes.
But we would not have any local amendments for green building until this new ordinance went into effect.
Correct.
So I think, Brandy, you did the work on this, right? To compare what's in the Cal Green and the new code compared to what our existing green building requirements are.
Yes, so I think that it's 2 of the things right off the top that would be not be applicable during that 6-month time period would be the graywater readiness, the turf, the potable water with turf
Yeah.
portion of it. EV capable would stand because that's now Cal Green standard. I am just needing a second to let's see. So
That's my
potable
only
water with turf.
hesitation, is that I didn't want us to lose certain things that the council wanted to be into effect while you're phasing in the new requirements.
Reduction of potable water use on turf, gray water ready infrastructure. I think those are the two main ones that would be eliminated in that, or not be applicable in that 6 months.
No. Okay.
So I'm wondering if that's too complex. I'm wondering if we go back to Mary Ann's suggestion and somehow in that hardship thing, define what this specific one is. Hardship means project before July 1st. So that way you guys don't need to change any of, we don't need to do any retroactive going, just really just carve out a catch-all for projects in the pipeline up through July 1st as a hardship. And then after July 1st, that, not to overuse it, that hardship would sunset. So it's kind of a hybrid of the two.
Yeah, I think adding it to the hardship criteria that expressly says that the council finds it to be a hardship to implement this until July 1st, 2023. Right, and then I can just, all that my team has to do is make sure that it was a project that was in the pipeline. And then we would exempt it from that. I think that seems doable if Cara agrees.
More objective.
Okay, and Cara, would changing that hardship language require it to come back for another second reading, or is that also something?
No, it's simple enough that it wouldn't trigger a second reading.
Okay. That sounds like consensus is that may be the best way to proceed. Okay, with that, is there any further discussion or do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion that we conduct second reading and adopt a proposed ordinance amendment chapter with the suggested amendment. 15.04 of the Building Code, Title 15 of Portola Valley Municipal Code to adopt the 2022 California Building Standards Code with local amendment.
Okay, is there a second?
I will second.
Moved by John and seconded by Jeff. Could we call the roll, please?
Councilmember Alves,
Aye.
Councilmember Derwin,
Aye.
Councilmember Richards,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Warnikoff,
No?
Mayor Hughes.
Aye. Okay, that carries 4-1. And that brings us then to item 5E, Sarah.
5E is the land acknowledgement revision and implementation. And I think this is a terrific suggestion and I support everything about it. The one question I had was related to 2B and which is begin the practice of reading the land acknowledgement at the beginning of all public meetings, which is council, committee, and events. I think that can get very complicated very quickly because we have so many committees and commissions. And my suggestion instead of that is that in addition to putting it on the website, that we put it in documents like the agendas of all those meetings.
Yeah, I wanted to pull it for a very similar purpose to discuss exactly that. I think putting it in the templates now that Melissa has a standard template for all of our agenda packets for all the committees, it's relatively straightforward to put it in a prominent location at the head of those. I would like it to be separated from the details of how to connect into Zoom and all that stuff and make it have its own prominence. I think it would also be okay to allow committees to decide for themselves, have through their organizational process, whether they wanted to begin their meetings with reading it out loud. But I agree, it can become cumbersome and time consuming to go through that at every single meeting. So if that, otherwise, I'm very supportive of this and the work that the Race and Equity Committee has done here. I see a lot of head nodding, so.
Yeah,
I assume everybody
I
else is
agree.
also-
I agree. I mean, this has been a topic of quite a bit of discussion at the Race and Equity Committee. One of my concerns is that this type of thing becomes, this type of constant reading makes it become really
Yeah.
unsignificant. I mean, people, it becomes rote and nobody really pays attention. I'm thinking one nice thing to do might be to make a nice presentation well located here in the schoolhouse on the wall
up
so
something
that so everyone can see it and when they came into the room. So I think that makes a lot of sense.
My one question was, did Race and Equity have any strong feeling about making sure that it was actually read and everything? But I think John has answered that, so yes.
Okay, so with that, is there any motion on item 5E?
Yes, I'm happy to move that we approve the land acknowledgement memo and guidelines from the Race and Equity Committee. But we do not require committees, commissions, council to read it aloud at every meeting. That will be up to the chair. And we print it on the agenda, the website, and perhaps make a little sign for the schoolhouse.
Okay. Seconded by Sarah, moved by Mary Ann. Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Alves.
Aye.
Councilmember Derwin,
Aye.
Councilmember Richards,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Warnikoff.
Aye.
Mayor Hughes.
Aye. Okay, yes, that is the end of the consent agenda, and I was just going to recommend 2 hours into our meeting, we take a quick break here, 5-minute break. For everybody to stretch their legs, and we will reconvene at 9:10. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We are on to our regular agenda. Item 6, and we will begin with item 6A, receiving evacuation recommendations from the EPC. And I know Vic is here tonight to talk us through some of the stuff.
Thank you.
Jeremy,
do
are
I
you doing
take-
an introduction or straight over to Vic?
Straight to Vic.
Straight to
Okay,
Vic.
and this mic is working now, I
It
think,
should be
right?
working now. It is, yeah.
Congratulations to the high technology. Anyway, thank you all for allowing me to present to you. I will try and be brief. My name is Vic Schachter. I think all of you, and I'm a resident of this community for now 25 years. I can't believe it's gone by that quickly, and we all look so young. I am a member of the EPC, our Emergency Preparedness Committee, been very active on a number of issues. And as you know, and I believe was circulated to all of you, was a committee memo dated October 12th. I think you've all received it. Hopefully you've had a chance to at least look at it. And I want to give you just a little context to supplement what's in the memo. I don't want to repeat all that in the memo, and then give you, if I can, what our motivation was and what we're asking of the town council. As you know, the mission of the EPC is quite expressly to develop basically plans and procedures in responding to emergencies. And we view, actually prompted by the Portola Valley Wildfire Evacuation Study, which came out in July, this to be very much related to an area of concern in our committee as it is in other committees. And of course, we're very much appreciative of the focus the town council has been giving to this issue, together with all these other major issues that you're facing. And we know what your deep concern is about the safety of our residents here, and as we impact in other communities in the event evacuation is going to take place. Section 5 of that study put forth a number of action items. I consolidated that in the memo and reviewed this with our committee to basically 14 items. And as you saw, we designated them in trying to provide a sense of where we viewed, with the many hundreds of hours that our committee has spent on these issues over the years, what we thought might be the high, medium, and low priority. As you saw, we defined the terms. High means high importance, high practicability. Medium is obviously a step down, either or kind of a hybrid of high on one and maybe moderate on the other, but still important. And then there were no lows because I think basically the study was a good study and the projects that it was proposing were very, very sound. So we thought that it might be helpful in our role as one of your standing committees to rank these because we've had so much feedback from not only our committee, but for the residents in the community, which we welcome and we continue. We want it to be known, we continue to welcome this direct feedback into the committee so we can share this with you. And we have had, as you may be aware, extensive discussion in our committee, and we've also opened up to public comment. Just over the last couple of months, we've had a number of sessions to accomplish all that. So in short, we thought it would be helpful to provide you humbly and modestly with these rankings so that in your consideration and in your deliberation, you will know at least our sense of the expertise that we have in our committee, and it is considerable, plus what we have gained from welcoming and receiving terrific feedback from members of the community on this issue. The priorities are clear. Our property is important, and that's a high priority, but lives, as you know, are the highest priority. And what we need to do is balance our initiatives along these lines. So we thought it would be helpful, basically, to provide you with these rankings, if you would. As part of it, I also want to say, as I kind of wrap up some of my comments here, is that we see this as a preliminary step. As you saw in the memo, we know that there are some terrific groups that are giving thought to this in addition to us. The Woodside Fire Department, SMC, DEM is involved, the county sheriff, our town manager. There are all kinds of people working on this problem. And one of the high priorities, for example, that you saw, and I understand a report is either coming out soon or analysis, is actually the schools themselves, which we all know how important. You saw that is such a high priority. That affects almost everything else. So what I wanted to say to you is while we're providing this to you, to keep this on the front, well, I was about to say burner, bad pun here, but to keep this in the front of our minds, okay, is that we see this as a start. We're going to be looking at this other material, these other organizations. We know you will be, and we will be providing you with feedback. And if you wish, we welcome your request of our committee to coordinate, collaborate with you, to help in any way we can to refine these priorities as we need to put them in place. So in essence, we really urge you to continue with all the issues that you're facing on the town council and recognizing there are going to be some changes over the next several weeks. We really want to put this before you. We hope it will be transitioned into the new town council together with those of you that will continue and any new members that will be coming aboard to keep this as a priority and facing these issues. And I'll close by saying that in urging your continued focus on this, what we want to do is to see those things that are a high priority and those items which are practical and we can do more quickly. Let's not get caught in what I call, if you will, the worst enemy of good is perfection. We've all heard one version of that or another. I don't want to wait till we perfect every one of these items. We'll get the whole plan together. We want to be open and flexible to new ideas and new approaches, but there are clearly items in here that deserve a high priority and we can't act on. So we encourage you to please keep this very much a priority as we move forward. So I thank you for your consideration. I want to again invite you and invite our community to the extent people are listening to my comments to come and speak with us about their ideas through any of our members and through other channels in the community and these other organizations working on this. And I hope that this is truly, and I say truly in a modest way, helpful to you. This is a big responsibility for this town council. I hope this is helpful to move it forward, and we'll be willing to continue to assist you in any way we can. So with that, I don't know whether there are any questions that you have or any discussion you want, or whether I need to leave you to get to your other items tonight, this evening.
May make just a follow-up comment. I want to thank Vic, Rob Young, and the other members of the committee that have been participating in this activity. They have done extraordinary work engaging the community, And there's a lot more to do. And I think certainly tonight, Vic and I talked a few days ago about the item, and I think in particular, any direction to the EPC about those particular items you'd like them to be focusing on, how staff can be supportive, how that works. But clearly this is an EPC-led activity with support by staff. And I do have one comment on their H1 or H plus that I'll make at the appropriate time. Okay, thank you.
Yes, Marion. Your mic.
Sure.
This is fantastic. I love how you've distilled it.
Thank you.
And I love lists. So it's very easy for me to understand. And I just like everything about it.
Good.
So my question is, has any work been done on any of these 14 items?
We did not, as a committee, explore these, but I want to give you one example that I just became aware of last week, where the answer is yes. But I'm not knowledgeable enough to comment on the specifics of these items, and I wouldn't take your time to go down to 14 to do it. But for example, I do know that the whole issue of dealing with the schools is definitely been given a great deal of thought, and there is a report, I understand, it's actually imminent to come out on that, and we are really very receptive to that. And then, of course, with respect to larger residential facilities or care facilities, there's been a lot of thought, I know, at some of the residents in town with respect to that. Clearly, there's been a good deal of discussion about evacuation assistance with respect to citizens, as well as citizens that could be trained, as well as police forces in the event we need to have traffic moving out of here quickly. And it's a large fire, and there's only so much that the county can do. So there's been discussion on certain of these items. And I'd be happy to speak to you offline about any one of these, but the answer has been, we've given a lot of thought to the extent that town council has taken action. I'm not aware of the town council's actions in any specific of these areas. I believe they've been very much delegated to your standing committees to come up with the very thing that we've tried to do, which is to provide you with recommendations. And once again, I hope we don't wait for perfection, but rather we start to address these items, and you can find time with this incredibly challenging agenda that you obviously have to start focusing and say, item 7, item 9, item whatever it may be. This is something we can get going on now. Let's get our staff working on it. Let's begin to move it. Others, as you know, we're going to need county approval, or we'll need to get through another bureaucracy. That's the best that I know in answer to your question.
Thanks.
Sure.
One of my questions is super simple. On here, you have a few things that have an asterisk. Is that?
Oh, right. The asterisk is purely stylistic. Okay. Did some not have an asterisk? It was just to separate basically the numbers from the text.
Perfect.
And all typos are my responsibility. Okay.
Then my next question is, as you guys thought about this, are there certain things that didn't make this list? Like, were there things kind of on the edge, like, and there was debate about, or was this a lot of consensus around this?
Fair question. Yeah. So what we did, because we didn't quite know how it would be most helpful to you, is we focused exclusively on the evacuation report, the study, because we really felt you had the professionals coming in. Obviously, there's so much value in that study. It clearly showed the town council's commitment to these issues. So we thought it would be most helpful to stay within the confines of those. And there were many more than actually 14, but I kind of combined them where they were very related and stayed there. What we did do when we opened it up to public comment in our discussion is we invited anybody that wanted to raise issues that were not in the study. And there were none that came up, at least at this point. And once again, I invite anyone that wishes to add something beyond the study. We're not precluding that in any way whatsoever.
Great.
Okay.
Awesome. And then one final question, which might be kind of directed at Jeremy as well, I guess, is when you think about these in terms of next steps, like, are there certain things that you think the committee can continue to work on, or do you think most of these are going to fall into the staff side of things, or are you just not sure yet?
It's thank you through the chair. It's certainly a mix. I think that the committee the EPC can take the lead on the vast majority of these items per resource availability from committee members, volunteers. Maybe folding in the earlier question, some of this is ongoing. So H1, H2, these are conversations that are happening led by the DEM, Department of Emergency Management Group. M3, I've certainly had conversations with Samtrans over the years. Anything that has to do with traffic related issues would involve the Public Works Department. So having their engagement would be important. But there's certainly a few here that feel very much like a majority led effort from EPC. So for example, H7, that feels
The working group.
absolutely,
Yeah.
that feels like, a group of people that would literally go into the community and identify those hazards. And then when we have those, we can start to make decisions and bring to the council recommendation on what to do when.
That's helpful.
So we look to you for that guidance. In other words, we didn't want to propose, we should be taking ownership in any of these. And I'm sure, given that we are citizen resident volunteers, there'll be limits as to what we can, but we definitely feel so committed to these issues of safety and property security, as you do, all of you do, that we would look to the leadership of our town manager and your leadership as to what you think is the allocation, and then look to get volunteers to work on these efforts.
That's awesome. And the last thing I just want to say is thank you, Vic. I can remember my initial meet and greet phone call with you when I
Yes.
first became a council member, and it was an awesome phone call.
Thank
From the
you.
Start, I've really enjoyed just learning about the work that you're doing, and just in general, thank you so much.
Thank you. It's my pleasure. And I do want to, again, reinforce Rob's involvement in this. There are just so many people. Dale's obviously led this from the perspective of leadership of the committee. It's been a great committee. And I first just got involved and interested. And then I said, I'm not going to get to be a member of this committee. And you know how it is. And then you get passionate about something. And the next thing I know, it just was a natural follow-up, given, of course, the urgency of these issues, first life and property. We don't have anything but a little fire over the hill to remind us of how vulnerable we are, as so many communities are. So I want to applaud your efforts and your time and your attention to this. And we want to support those efforts. And we want to have our community, as all of you want, to be involved in that process. So it's been a privilege to do this.
Mr. Mayor, may I make a comment before you go to public comment, just in case it's helpful if people want to comment on it. The item, there's one H+ item, number 9, the local evacuation shelter centers where conditions for shelter in place is appropriate. This is rapidly becoming critical for us to be considering. That's in part because in the conversations with the schools, they may not have access to transportation to leave the community. Any one facility may not have a shelter in place building at this time. And the town should take a very hard look at its own infrastructure. And in particular, and I'm sure the EPC has thoughts on this as well, but just to throw this out, one building that may become important is our community hall. But it's not ready for being a shelter in place. So I want to put that out there. That would be, I think there's 2 things that the community would be interested in: the costs associated with that, and also the aesthetic changes that would likely come with altering that building in some way. But that's an area that all these are important, but that's an area that I'm particularly interested in, as I've had multiple conversations with the fire and safety professionals. And it does tie into any efforts we have around evacuations. Just to put the fine point on it, people could be going the opposite direction we expect them to in an evacuation in that situation. So we need to make some decisions pretty quickly around that concept.
That is absolutely correct. And I want to emphasize that one of our members asked me to emphasize the point that we should not over rely on the shelter in place to the detriment of other realities that are required by evacuation. And it's just that balance and that sober analysis of what we're capable of doing and where that's just so important in terms of life in the event of a serious fire threat to our community. That clearly was a very important issue.
John.
Yeah, Vic, just want to say, great. I really think this is a great job and
John.
good start again. We can be starting constantly, don't we? I just wanted to mention, I've been on the Emergency Services Council for the last 12 years, I guess, or so. And one of the most recent actions that we took was to move this working group along for the DEM. And I think that presents a lot of opportunities for us to get input and help from a lot of really great experts outside of the town. And of course, we're going to have to coordinate with what happens outside of the town when we're in the midst of these things, because we're not an island here. And so I'd hope that whoever comes after me and takes over my role on the Emergency Services Council will want to coordinate really carefully with the Emergency Preparedness Committee and make sure that relationship is pretty strong. So,
and I can assure you that within the EPC, there is a high sensitivity to making sure it's coordinated with those other groups, and also that we learn from the expertise that they have, which is very different, of course, than ours.
Yeah, I think it's really remarkable how well that group has coordinated with other agencies and with other parts of the Bay Area. They've been notified or noticed international or nationally, at least, to being really high on the list of
Absolutely
successful organizations. Good way to start.
Good, thank you. Well, thank you all. I appreciate your time, particularly with your busy agenda. If you have any other questions of the specific items, feel free to give me or any of our members a call. We'll be happy to talk with you, and we'll look forward to working with the town manager and his staff under your guidance and your decisions as to where those priorities are and to make it happen. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vic.
Okay, at this point, I will go to public comment on this item. Is there any public comment on this item? And I see Rita's hand is up.
Yes, thank you for taking my comment. Vic, great job what your group is doing. I look forward to the day when we can have some evacuation drills and some also some other times other than what was originally proposed of us emptying out the town at 6 a.m. and coming up with a couple of scenarios. And Vic, you are part of the regular agenda, but my hand has been up for some time because those other two items then got moved to the regular agenda, but public comment was not taken and votes were passed. And I don't think that's okay. If if the town attorney can comment on that, I'd really be open to hearing her comments. But those other two items, 5C and 5E, were moved to the regular agenda, and they were voted on before the after the council had a discussion, had a vote, and with no chance for the public to make a comment before that vote happened. And that's not okay, because we have a lot of comments about this, and I don't like that the person on the council is telling our residents that we have poison in our house. So Vic, yeah, we need evacuation plans. If most of the residents that have been in this town for over 30 years that have gas stoves and we're being poisoned every day, how is that? Anybody want to hear that from a council member? Not everybody has the same resources to upgrade their homes and everything. We have lots of people in this town that are aging in place. So yes, Vic, we need an evacuation plan. Thank you. I'm listening for the comment from our town attorney. Thank you.
Thank you, Rita. We did take extensive public comment, which I think you participated in on both items. Well, there was an opportunity on both items. There was a lot of public comment on one of the two and no comment on the other. I called for public comment and repeated it afterwards. So gave plenty of opportunity for public comment on those items. Cara, if you'd like to confirm that we did follow proper order, that would be helpful.
Yeah, that's my recollection as well, is that you asked for public comment on those two items, as agendized on the consent calendar. And the item was pulled off in order to have a council discussion and a separate vote. But the public comment was already taken in connection with the entire consent calendar. So I don't see a legal issue with that. But Rita, we do hear your concerns, and obviously these are contentious issues, and hopefully that you felt that you were able to provide public comment when it was asked for.
Thank you, Carl. Nan, I see your hand up.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, this is a slightly lighter issue question. I really appreciated Vic's report and the work the Emergency Preparedness Committee has done to get us this far with a prioritized list of items to be prepared for emergencies. I have a comment on number 9, local evacuation shelters. Centers for conditions for shelter in place is appropriate. I haven't been part of this this process on the EPC, but my very, very particular concern is in the scenario where we have an earthquake followed by local fire, and there is not time to evacuate, to put in place or to take, carry out our normal evacuation plan. Yet we absolutely have to have places in town where people can be safe. And it may be the least risky places, maybe not zero risk, but low risk places, maybe open areas. But there will always be situations like the one I described and others where people can't go very far from home, can't travel far from home. And my thinking is that there need to identify safer areas in all the neighborhoods, work with neighborhood groups to identify these areas, maybe large open spaces where people can go for the duration of the fire just to weather it out. And I'd like to see, I guess I'd like to work with EPC to see if we could incorporate some of these sort of special situations. And I will talk to them. So thank you.
Thanks, Ann. Yes, I think that's a good idea. Okay, I see no more hands raised in public. Anybody here in person like to speak? Nope. Okay, so then I will bring it back to the council for discussion. Any discussion or comment? I had one question, which it's sort of a question, sort of a discussion item, which is amongst these items, and especially the high priority ones that EPC is recommending more rapid action on, are there any that staff doesn't think that EPC could start working on immediately, or that staff could, that we don't have the resource available or the time available, that we might need to consider as part of the budget process next year, or anything that has a more substantial requirement for workload, for timing, et cetera, that of the H items in particular, we couldn't just say, hey, APC, get going as fast as you're ready.
Thank you to the chair. No, there aren't any that there are no items in the H category that I think require any delay should the EPC wish to move forward on them. Some of these are going to move faster than others given their nature and given the fact that multiple entities will need to be involved. Item like H10 would take a little bit of time because it does require some engagement with the employers in town. So it's going to be, with our encouragement, it probably a little bit at their speed with trying to get that moving along. H14, and if something gets developed quickly, Carrie Chin, who's serving tonight as your town clerk, would be involved in producing some of those materials. So it'd be prioritizing her work but there's nothing on here. It's actually in the medium ones that would require some public works support that I think would take just a little bit longer to get going, but we're committed to put staff resources to help it anyway.
Yeah, I think that the part of the rating of the practicality aspect of those, and that's why those have those ends, is the recognition that they would require more work. And I was just wanted to make sure that, you know, if EPC wanted to start at their next meeting talking about all the other H items, that, staff is prepared for that, and yes, the support is available.
No, we'll be ready. I presume there'll be some conversation next week at the regular EPC meeting. I see no issues whatsoever.
Any other comment or discussion? And if not, is there a motion to accept this report?
So moved.
Moved by Sarah,
Second.
seconded by Mary Ann. Call the roll, please.
I just, before we vote, I just wanted to thank Vic and the committee also for all the work on this, and just concur that, yeah, it's great work, and those are all very important things we need to start pursuing. So thank you.
Yep, absolutely. Okay, so we have a motion from Sarah, moved seconded by Mary Ann. Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Alves.
Aye.
Councilmember Derwin,
Aye.
Councilmember Richards,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Warnikoff,
Aye.
Mayor Hughes.
Aye. Okay, thank you. And that brings us then to item 6B, a discussion of the San Mateo County Sheriff's contract updates that we are engaging on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. As most of you know, the town is provided police services by the San Mateo County Sheriff's Office. That's been the case since before incorporation in 1964. Those services are outlined in a contract that is occasionally renegotiated. The last contract negotiation was about 5 years ago. And the current contract expires at the end of June 2023. Tonight's discussion was really intended to provide Vice Mayor Warnikoff and Councilmember Alves with any input from the council on the items that are of concern to this body related to the upcoming negotiations, which are not anticipated to start until early next year. As folks know, we have a new sheriff coming in, Sheriff-elect Corpus, who spent some of her career in Portola Valley as our acting captain. She's also here tonight listening in on the meeting. So we thank Sheriff-elect Corpus for being here. As you can see, Melvin Gaines, the assistant town manager, is also here. One of the expertise Melvin brings to our community is previous similar discussions and experiences in the communities that he's worked in. So Melvin will be taking a staff lead as it relates to the contract negotiations. So really what we were hoping to hear tonight was any comments from the council or the public on the things that they'd like to see. We've had a portal online that's been operating since approximately October 1st, and we've gotten a handful of comments from folks that have been included in the packet. That will continue to be open through the end of the month. And then we're going to close that out and we'll reopen it early next year. A number of committees have had this as an agenda item. There hasn't been substantial conversation at this point at the committee level. And at least one committee, EPC, asked for that item to be on another month to see if folks want to share their thoughts. So we were just hoping to hear from you tonight. One of the things, I'll just take town manager prerogative here. One of the things that I have thought about a lot since I started here 7 years ago is the types of services that the town receives through the sheriff's contract. I think about them on the basis of there's a kind of a weekday service, which is the traditional police style services, parking enforcement, things of that nature. And then there's a weekend service that has to do with the visitors. It also includes parking, but it has a different flavor. And certainly from a quality of life perspective, I think most people have an interaction with the type of service the sheriff's office might provide because they're out there on the weekends giving tickets and talking to people. It was a way for me to think about whether we needed to ask for anything different within the contract. If we do decide to ask for something different through council direction, obviously there's a cost associated with that. This makes up something like 20% of our budget. So we obviously want to be cognizant of that moving forward. We appreciate that the sheriff's office in the past has understood the longstanding relationship with the town on these matters. And we also appreciate, just through initial conversations with Sheriff-elect Corpus, that we'll continue to be a community that can try new things out as we see fit, related to the kind of services that we want to see. For example, some services around the bicycling community and how to have those interactions has been one area of discussion. So I'll stop there. Melvin, I don't know if you have anything to say, and Sheriff-elect Corpus, I certainly don't want to put you on the spot, but we rarely get to see you. So if you have anything you'd like to share too, please feel free to raise your hand.
Melvin, I can't tell if your video is frozen. Oh, okay, you're just sitting very still. I wasn't sure if your video had frozen or if you just didn't have anything.
Well, Sheriff-elect Corpus just raised her hand, so we'll let her speak first, and then Melvin, you can jump in.
Good evening, council and members of the public. I just want to say that I am very excited about serving as your sheriff, and I look forward to continuing the great partnership and exploring the best police services that we can provide to the town that best fit the community's needs. So I am excited, and I'm looking forward to working with you once again.
Thank you. Okay, are there any council questions for staff? Marianne?
I think this might be for Jeremy. Do we still have a police commissioner? You know, a resident who acts in that role?
We do. Gary Nielsen serves
He
as our
still
police
is?
commissioner.
Okay.
And Gary and I met about a month ago, talk about the contract. We're excited about his participation in those discussions for his role as a police commissioner. Gary's, I may expand on it, but Gary's focus has been primarily on, not primarily, but I think it's most readily seen in the community with where we place the speed signs. So we really appreciate all the effort he's put into that. And he had some great ideas. So we're happy to bring those to Sarah and Jeff as the discussion moves forward.
And does he attend the BPTS meetings?
He generally does, yeah.
Okay. And also, is there a deputy who attends, or a captain or a lieutenant?
That's varied over the years. So generally it's been the sergeant
Right.
Who's responsible for managing the different shifts. Sometimes it's been a deputy, sometimes it's been a captain. It's varied a bit, or a lieutenant. It's varied over the years. And obviously, as sometimes people are on vacation and there may be somebody else filling in and so on. But generally, I think it's worked reasonably well, and the committee has had what they need. There've been some months where that hasn't always, things haven't always quite lined up or worked out, but generally pretty good.
So in the way back time, when it was called the traffic committee, there was always, I remember Ed Davis, after he stepped down and before he died, was the police commissioner. He was always there, and we almost always had the sergeant, whoever was in charge. And they always did a rundown of pretty much all the citations. Do they still do that?
Generally, so not every time. Sometimes the data hasn't percolated through. Sometimes they don't get the report. Sometimes they aren't able to attend. But the committee certainly continues to ask for that, and most of the time it's there.
And there used to be a posting, like it was publicized, everything that happened, because my son's death was in there one time, and that was a little jarring because it was a car accident right out here. Do we still do that?
That hasn't happened for a while. And again, that's, the reporting has been a little inconsistent. I think they've had some transitions in the systems on their side, and that's something that we've asked to get back again. So I think the sheriff's department is working on it, and that it's not written into our contract that would necessarily be
Right.
there. So these are exactly the kinds of issues that I think we want to think about. Do we want to make that a more concrete thing that we say, okay, this is actually something we want, as opposed to the sheriff essentially volunteering to come to those meetings with that data and taking the time to do that.
Okay, those are all my questions for now. Thanks.
Sarah, yes.
Yeah. First, I just want to say, Melvin, I'm really looking forward to working with you on this. So just want to say that. And I know I'm going to have a lot of questions as we go through the process, just kind of at a very high level. because I don't have the historical, have we ever considered to do a joint contract with Woodside or negotiate jointly? And if you could share the background on that.
Sure. We have historically negotiated jointly with Woodside. That has changed though in the last year, or the last contract, excuse me. And Craig, you can speak to this as well. The town decided to go with a 5-year contract instead of a 3-year contract. So that's where that diverged a bit. We still will continue to share one officer between the two communities into the foreseeable future. And we'd certainly be open to any discussions with them. We're just now not on the same cycle.
Yeah. So is there an opportunity to try and get on the same cycle, or that we would have to do a very short-term contract then?
We'd have to figure out how to sync
Like
up
do it
either if
to
they want to switch over or we do a short one. Part of the reason that we switched in the last, well, whenever it was only early 5 years ago now to a 5-year cycle instead of 3 was to get more predictability in the cost, essentially, that the costs were accelerating rapidly. And we wanted to make sure that we were able to have predictability and that we weren't going to 3 years later be facing a massive increase. So we wanted to smooth that out over time. And in negotiations with the current sheriff at the time and his deputies, we came to realize that the best way of doing that was to extend the term of the contract to be able to have a little bit more of a guarantee of predictable pricing. So that may or may not continue to be the case. It could be that in your discussions as subcommittee is working on this, you certainly could be looking at contract term and realigning with Woodside and what that might mean. Woodside, I don't recall why they didn't join us in going to 5 years, but they opted not to do that and to have the sort of less predictability, but stay with the 3-year cycle.
And then has the services aspect of this more or less been the same? I mean, I don't know how long the memories are in this room, but is this kind of the set of things that we've had? And
It's pretty similar. So that we used to have 2 separate agreements. There was a core contract that had very, very little in it. And then at some point, a few cycles ago, and I couldn't tell you how many, we added a supplemental portion that we shared with Woodside, an extra officer that would be on patrol split between the 2 towns. So essentially an extra half person. And I don't recall if there's anything else in that supplemental contract as well.
No, the other thing that changed was that the public safety communications portion was part of this contract, and they're 2 different entities. And up on the last contract negotiation, those were split out. So that used to be in there. Yeah. But the core pieces have always been there.
Yeah, exactly. So the amount of them changed a little bit with the supplemental contract, and we merged those 2 into this current contract when we did that.
then I assume these are all public documents, these contracts. So if we want to look at Woodside to Menlo Park to
Absolutely.
compare and contrast.
Absolutely. And the cities that are the contract cities do have semi-regular discussions about these kinds of items. So I think it's easy to get that.
And the contract cities, I think, are us, Woodside, San Carlos,
Half Moon Bay, Millbrae.
Woodside is not. They have their own police department.
No, Hillsborough.
Atherton has their own police department.
Menlo Park. You said Menlo Park.
Oh.
Menlo Park, yeah.
You're right. Okay, San Carlos, Half Moon Bay.
Millbrae. And that's generally a function, Sarah, of cost.
And the size of the town. Okay, any more council questions? Nope. Okay, then I will open public comment. Is there any public comment on this item? Yes, Caroline.
Thank you very much. This is a topic that I have asked for several years to be open for the citizens and to be more transparent and raise accountability. I think we have seen changes, and especially in the last contract. It was a contract for 5 years with yearly increments and no accountability. We, the citizens, we have reported accidents that were not reported by the sheriff. I have worked with the two deputies or the two teams in the last 8 years. We are the citizens who had the responsibility to disclose abusive, fraudulent, illegal, and criminal conduct in our education systems, in our healthcare systems. And instead of being heard, we were mocked and nothing was done. We had a huge outrage in the whole Bay Area. And as long as we had big groups like 2008 or SAFE 2008, or we had professors like Professor Dauber, Stanford professor, to come up and defend cases, there were some results. But we need improvement. I know you have later on, you have an oversight citizen, but what good does that do if both the district attorneys and even the supervisors know there is a problem and don't do anything about it? So once again, we have a policy, we have a contract in place, but what does it do if these services are not rendered to the citizen? So I'm asking for accountability and transparency. And I hope that you will not have a 5-year contract, but that you keep it short and see first what the results are and work with your citizens to improve. One of the things that I cannot understand is drugs and alcohol are illegal for minors, and yet both our public schools now collaborate with Core Solents to provide services for students, staff, and families who suffer from alcohol and drug abuse. And this is not just the marijuana, it's a whole set of issues. For a deputy who has a degree in mental illness or helping, or at least knows how to handle mental illness, then I don't understand why not preventing this when alcohol and drugs are illegal for minors. And I have requested to help, but unfortunately did not get that. And there's many families who are desperate to get the help. So once again, don't advertise any policies, don't advertise any services if we're not going to commit to this. Thank you.
Thank you. I see a hand up from Ed Holland.
So,
I'll go ahead and do that. Sounds like you need to update your Zoom after this meeting, Ed. Go ahead, Ed. We can see you now. You need to unmute, but we can see you now.
Ed, you need to unmute.
Right, there we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Apologies for that. It's got rather late. I'm feeling rather sleepy. Thank you very much for hearing my comments. I am delighted that we will have Christina Corpus to work with as the sort of overseer, as the new sheriff. I think that's great news. She was a great liaison as a BPTS attendee for a little while, and I was only sorry to see her career advance in the fact that we lost her as a liaison to the committee. Moving on to a few comments I had, I did put out a request for comments from my committee, and only a very few things came back from them. But I have a couple of comments in general and a couple that are specific to road safety, as you might imagine, that are more the concerns that I would naturally have as a committee chair. First of all is an oversight. What would be the anticipated coverage for the new contract? Would we be looking to expand what we have already with the sort of 1.5 officers, or would that be looking to change in some way? Second is touching on something that I think Jeremy brought up at the beginning, is how do you look at what the coverage is in time period, time segment, and varied coverage required for different use cases, for different sort of seasonal, weekly, weekday, weekend cases. So we'd be looking to make sure that there was something in the contract that ensured that there was a police presence around sort of a weekday school times, cover those things, commitments during the month, something at the weekends to look at parking, and perhaps something in our weekend coverage that was sensitive to the seasonal demands for outside visitors to the town. Because that's obviously something that varies very much through the year and doesn't need coverage right through the heat of summer and maybe the coldest parts of winter, but spring and autumn could do with a little bit of fine tuning. I'd like to see, as I think was almost touched on by one of the comments from the council members, I think it was Marianne, can we put in a discrete call out for monthly reporting for those accidents and citations? I think that might be an interesting point to have to try and ensure that that comes through to us. As you mentioned before, it has been sporadic. Will the prospective contracts be reviewed by relevant committees? I'm thinking BPTS, but possibly EPC and those guys. And lastly, could we ask the Sheriff's Department for something like safety workshops and things that work with the neighborhood watches associations, homeowners and those things to help with the neighborhood security? Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. Okay, I see no further hands raised in Zoom. Anybody else here like to speak on this? Nope. Okay. Then I will bring it back to the council for discussion. John.
Okay. I recall in the last time that we negotiated a new contract, there was very little available online or from the police department, sheriff's department rather, about what their policies consisted of, and we pushed and pushed, and finally attitudes have changed overall, I guess, since then, and they do have a very 700 some page manual online showing all the policies and procedures. I think that's something that we should make sure is kept in the front of our minds as we go through the contract negotiations. There was one other thing, I can't remember what it was now. That was my main one. I'm really anxious to see how things evolve under Christina Corpus, and I think we have a great opportunity to have a much clearer understanding of what we're buying.
Thanks. Marianne?
I think I agree with most of the thoughts and questions that came from Ed. I also agree that maybe we need to think about what policing looks like in a heavy bicycling community, which is certainly true on the weekends if you guys are out there. I agree with John that in the past we hit sort of a brick wall or an iron curtain when we tried to get at police policies, who was stopped, all that sort of stuff. And I think it will be different under the sheriff-elect. And I'm actually disappointed that I won't be able to work with her because she was so good when she worked in this community with us. Matt, I have faith in my colleagues that they'll figure this one out.
John, you remember.
One other item that I wanted to bring up was that one of the great things that we did when Christina was here as our captain was have some coffees with sheriffs. And I don't know if that's something that we can do, or we need to do with as a contractual issue, but I think we need more. People would feel better about our policing and if they got more exposure to the actual people doing it.
Yeah, and I think we've had other similar things. We had deputies coming to the farmers market, for example, and being around and being visible there and interacting with people at those kinds of events. So yeah, I agree. I think having the only interaction be when you get pulled over for running a stop sign is not positive experience.
Through the chair, I can say with some certainty that Sheriff-elect Corpus is very interested in that kind of engagement with the community, and we're looking forward to having her out here many times. Jeff.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm mostly just listening since Sarah and I will be actually sort of taking this and running with it. I look forward to working with Melvin and with Sheriff-elect Corpus. I guess what I'm hearing is something that I agree with very strongly, which is a lot more transparency. I agree that the release of the sheriff's manual was a big step. We're seeing a little more information. I think it's fair to ask for even more information. So I think that's going to be probably. I'm going to take that as a focus as we start talking about this future contract of, again, just more transparency and more information from them and more visibility in the community policing. It's sometimes called, sounds like a good step for them to be taking too. So I'm looking forward to seeing more of that.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, from my part, I think more, oh, sorry, I thought you already had, but yes, go ahead. If you have more, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, did I? I'm sorry.
I may be misremembering. It's getting late.
Okay, I think this is in the comments part, but anyhow, just really quickly, this is more of a question, to be honest. I did notice, I think in the memo here, and I was just trying to look through it, that we were accepting public comments through a portal through like this such and such date, and then it was down, and then it was going to be open again. I was curious if what's the down, it seems like we should just leave the portal open. We don't have too many comments so far, and was there a reason to shut it down?
Other than it gets stale. I mean, when we leave those kinds of things open, they tend to not be utilized. And we knew that there would be a point in the near future where we'd be kind of re-engaging again. When we put things in our newsletters and other communication tools saying, add your comment, they don't tend to be capturing folks. So we thought we'd give it a little bit of break, but we're happy to leave it open too.
Leave it open, we could just re-message it. Yeah.
Great. Okay.
Yep. Otherwise, I agree with all the comments so far. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, from my perspective, I think if there are areas that I've been less than super excited about the sheriff's, our interaction with the sheriff's office over the last couple of years, it's really been around the area, as has been mentioned, of kind of reporting and getting information from them about day-to-day activities, traffic citations, and so on. We've had that from time to time, but it's been off and on and somewhat inconsistent. And a lot of the time there may be, we'll get a report, but it doesn't have a lot of detail. It says 68 citations were written, and then the BPTS will ask the deputy, well, what were they? And he won't know. I'll have to go away and bring it back for the next meeting. So having a little bit more clarity and consistency in that, in reporting, on our ALPRs, getting reporting from that's useful and actionable reporting. I know we're considering looking at a different vendor since our contract with the ALPR vendor is up pretty soon. So thinking about, what kinds of information would be helpful for this or future councils, I guess future councils by definition, under the new contract, what information from the sheriff's department would be useful for the council to be able to exercise supervision and think in our next contract revision what we might want to do. So having a better understanding from the sheriff's department about what they're doing, how it's working, how it's not working. I think that's an area that would be worth exploring as you're working through this. And the other one is what John mentioned. I think we did finally convince the current sheriff to publish the policy manual online. When he first did that, I downloaded the policy manual and read through it and put together 13 pages of notes and sent it to him and county council saying, hey, here's some thoughts. And that went absolutely nowhere. So I'm very hopeful that with the new sheriff, we'll have a much better opportunity to look at those policies and think about how do they affect police services in Portola Valley, and be able to have a path to provide that feedback for the sheriff to potentially consider changing some of them. A lot of the suggestions I made were not, oh, the union's going to object to this and you can't do it and it's going to be hard. A lot of them were just dead simple things that have probably been in the policy manual for, I don't know, 50, 60 years and probably don't belong there anymore. So thinking about what a potential way for us to be involved in that conversation as it moves forward with the Sheriff's Department, I think would be a useful thing as well to do.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, Melvin, is there anything that you'd like to add, having listened to the conversation from the council and members of the public tonight for further consideration?
Thus far, no. Thank you for asking. And I'm excuse me. Really just look forward to working with Councilmember Alves and Vice Mayor Warnikoff to discuss this. I think we've hit on a lot of different things tonight, things that we can discuss further, whether that be transparency or reporting on citations and things of that matter. I think it's a great starting point. I think when we get to have discussions with Sheriff-elect Corpus, we can flesh this out. I think that all this is attainable and realistic. So good comments thus far.
Okay, thanks, Melvin. And I'd like to give Sheriff-elect Corpus a chance to have any final comments as well here, if she has any thoughts from what she's heard tonight.
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to respond. I ran on a platform of transparency and community engagement, and I've always asked for feedback from council members and from the community members and how we can always improve and better our services. So I am looking forward to working with all of you, the community, listening to concerns and getting back to people and getting back to the why of why we do things and engaging. And I'm just excited and, hit the ground running and we will start up with the coffee with the community and then have some listening sessions so I can hear the feedback from the community and their concerns, as every community is different and every community has different challenges. And I'm looking forward to working with all of you again.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, is there any action we need to take here, or it was really just informational for the subcommittee, I guess, and you guys will take this off and carry on with your work? Okay. All right, thank you all. And that brings us on to our next item then, also sheriff related. Item 6C, recommendation for a sheriff citizen oversight group for the Sheriff of San Mateo County from our Race and Equity Committee. And I believe that Judith, you're going to be presenting something to us on this item.
So I'm here to speak for Race and Equity about two things. This is the first, and there's a great segue here from the last item into this one. It is a request to the Board of Supervisors in San Mateo County. It's a request that the council send a letter from you to the Board of Supervisors requesting that they pass an ordinance for an oversight, citizens oversight of the Sheriff's Office. The letter is in your packet. The letter is unfortunately the next to the last edit of our letter instead of the real last one. So let me run you through real quickly. It's page 88 in the thing. First of all, it shouldn't be red, white, and blue. It's meant to be black letters like normal letters are. And this is not town's fault, it's our fault, but we transmitted to you. And I noticed you got it twice. You got the wrong thing twice. So let me run real quickly, all one color is the obvious thing. The other is the order of the bullets is not quite right. If I can say, so who can you, Carrie, sort of edit it as I talk? I didn't realize this until I got to the meeting, or I would have done it for you, obviously. We wanted to emphasize that the main thrust of this letter is that we want you to encourage them to actually set up the Citizens Oversight Panel, not merely discuss it. Right now, where they are with it is they agreed to talk about it. They didn't agree to do it. So it's a letter encouraging them to actually do it. And so I think the letter is more impactful if The first bullet is the old number 2 bullet, where we asked them to pass the ordinance setting this up. And the number 2 bullet should be the old number 3 bullet, which is ask them to continue their work with the new sheriff. And that leaves the number 3 bullet should be the old number 1 bullet, which asks that representatives of Fix and San Mateo be included in it. We didn't want the letter to be primarily about Fix and San Mateo. We wanted the letter to be about setting up this oversight committee. And we think that Fix and San Mateo is a fantastic group to be involved, and we really would like them to be on that committee just because they've been working in this area for a long time and they're very knowledgeable and thoughtful about the whole process. And the rest of it's all the same. So sorry for that confusion, but I'm happy to answer any questions you have about it.
Okay, thanks, Judith. Are there any council questions? Actually, if Sheriff-elect Corpus is still here, which I think she still is, I would like to give her the opportunity also of talking about this, but if there are any questions for Judith before that, then, Jeff?
Judith, can you tell us just a little bit more about Fix and San Mateo County? I remember hearing talk of them, but I actually don't remember details about them.
They gave a presentation to the council, I think about 6 or 8 months ago, when this was all first starting up. It's a group of citizens in San Mateo who are concerned about race and equity issues, basically in policing, and they work closely with other groups around the states and other towns to try to get this to happen in other, not to get it to happen in other places, to use the modeling of what's happened in other cities in our state and other cities in other states to see which oversight methods are most helpful, which ones are more cooperative, what works, what doesn't work. None of this is meant as I mean, obviously we live in a town where this is not much of an issue. We're very fortunate in that way, but we live in a county where there are parts of the county where it is an issue, although they're not most egregious of issues that you read about. But the whole idea that most everybody else is responsible to somebody further up above them, and the sheriff's office is quite independent of that. And the idea that there's some wisdom in having some civilian oversight. And from what I understand, when Sheriff Corpus was running for this office, and we actually spoke a little bit about it, she's fairly sympathetic to the whole idea. I don't want to speak for her, but I don't think it'll be a situation where there's an uphill push against the sheriff office saying, no, we want no part of this, like they do in some parts of the country.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions for Judith? Yes.
I just have, well, one, it sounds like you want to change the wording. I just want to clarify to actually creating a committee versus looking at creating a committee. Is that what you were trying to clarify at the front?
No, it says, thank you for creating the committee they created was to look at the potential for civilian oversight. And this is, the letter supports actually, bullet number 2 in this one, it supports that they pass a basic ordinance because they have the legislative authority to do that, to create an independent civilian oversight board. And that it asks them to create that board rather than just talk about it right now. Right now, they have a committee to think about doing it, and this letter asks them to please do it.
Yes, Marianne.
So I'm trying to remember, did this letter come from Fixing? Was this the template?
It started as a template and we monkeyed with it a fair amount before we then got it to this stage. Right. Well, when the template they gave you was before the county had set up the committee to even talk about it. So it's a different letter than what you saw.
In that letter, did they ask for the ordinance in their original letter?
Probably, yeah.
I mean, I guess my question is, do you need an ordinance in order to set up a committee?
Yes, evidently you do.
Okay.
That it can't exist unless you create it. Like,
And I also just want to clarify, I think this is clear, but I want to double confirm that basically the implementation and how this is all going to work is TBD by this collective group of people that are going to be working on this. So because obviously there's a lot of detail here, like what's the reporting structure and
Right.
what are how do you think, like, how is the board selected, or do people
Right.
run for it, or like, so all of that is.
all of that
to
is
be determined.
undecided. It just asks them to set up the board, and then the supervisors and the board jointly work that out, I believe.
My last question is maybe more process one for us. If the wording on here isn't exactly as intended, how do we handle that tonight?
So I think the only change in wording, there was the coloring, but just making it all black and white. But I think the only change in wording you were suggesting is to move the first bullet point to be the third bullet point.
There's
So
no
it's
change in wording at all. There's just
Just reordering of the paragraphs.
those paragraphs so that the intent becomes more clear, that our intent is not primarily about fixing San Mateo, although we think it's a great group. Our intent is, we want to emphasize that we want them to set this thing up.
So it's rotating that third bullet point down to the bottom, and the other two each move up one position.
Let's call them 1, 2, and 3. What's the order that you want it?
What I want is number 1 will now be the old number 2.
Which we don't know what that is, so.
The bullets
2,
are right
3,
there.
1.
Bullet 1, bullet 2, bullet 3. They're not numbered, they're just bulleted. And so I have to say bullet number 1 because I don't know how else to say it. Bullet number 1 would be the old bullet number 2 that starts a basic ordinance. The new number 2, second in line, would be the old number 3 that the committee continues at work. And the last in line, bullet number 3, would be the old number 1, which is asking that Fixin' San Mateo be part of this group. So once again, I'm really sorry to bring you some gobbledygook. Of course, of course.
Okay. I would invite Sheriff-elect Corpus to talk to us about if she has thoughts on this, on any of those 3 bullet points or any other elements of the letter here.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. Again, I ran on transparency and accountability. I know that the Board of Supervisors has created or will be creating a subcommittee and really going out and doing study sessions and asking the voters of this county, what their thoughts are. I have had many conversations with Fixin' San Mateo County. And as I've stated to them, I am all about transparency and accountability, but I don't want to rush to do something because when that has been done in other parts of the country, those bodies are counterproductive and they don't work. So I think that we all have some work to do and take another look at it and see, what is the best fit for this body here in San Mateo County. So I know that the Board of Supervisors are working with Fixin' San Mateo County, and I believe that in the beginning of the year that's upcoming, there'll be some more work that will be done, and I think that they really want me to get into office and work with Fixin' San Mateo County and the subcommittee, so we can further determine what does that look like and what's the best fit for our county and the sheriff's organization.
Thank you. So to clarify a little bit, if I don't know if you have the text that we're all looking for. Actually, I can share my screen. It'll be in front of everybody. Share screen. There we go. So this is the letter that our committee is proposing that we approve. And I think that it sounds like what might be a bit of a problem is in what's currently bullet point 2 as drafted here, that an ordinance by the end of the year, it sounds like you feel maybe a little rushed, that an ordinance and creating this oversight board may well be appropriate, but not probably quite that quickly, that it would probably be after you take office and that the supervisors have had a chance to work with you to figure out the right way of doing this.
That is correct. There are just kind of a lot of unknowns at this point. And I think, we just really need to do a deep dive and really do some study sessions so we can come up with the best fit. And I don't think that we'll be able to get that accomplished by the end of this year. But going into next year, I think, we'll be able to commit some more time and resources to that. There's also, how is this going to be funded? And will there be an inspector general? Will it be two different bodies? So I think there's still a lot of unknowns that we need to work out.
Okay, thank you. Okay, if there are no more questions.
So could I add then that
Yes.
I think Race and Equity would be totally comfortable with leaving out the by year end. I think we didn't realize that some of the things she talked about were going on.
Okay, thank you. If there are no more council questions, then I will go to public comment. Okay, public comment. If you'd like to speak on this item, please raise your hand. And I see phone number ending in 0429.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. My name is Jim Lawrence. I'm chair of the board of directors of Fix in San Mateo County. You are correct. We have been working with the incoming sheriff-elect to craft a civilian oversight board inspector general's office for San Mateo County. But a couple things before I actually go into that. Assembly Bill 1185 was given to the board of supervisors in all counties 22 months ago. Many have installed a civilian oversight board. Santa Clara, Sonoma County, San Francisco, Oakland, Los Angeles, San Diego, to name a few. So the installation in California is growing quite rapidly and is not new. The new sheriff-elect is correct. There are numerous models out there, but we feel the importance of the measure and requesting a letter from you is to move it forward from the standpoint that it needs to get priority. And again, we love the new coming elected sheriff, but let's be frank about this. We live in a democracy. All of our elected leaders have checks and balances. Today, there are no checks and balances of the county sheriff's office. And I won't go into some of the things that we all feel ashamed about given the current sheriff's tenure. So we strongly support moving forward with this. We agree with the sheriff-elect that we don't want to do anything on a rush basis. So we're asking the council to support our efforts to urge the board of supervisors to move this measure forward. We actually propose a two-step measure. One, to approve and move this ordinance forward. And secondly, once the sheriff-elect is in office, to then work out all the operational, administrative, and detailed matters and move it forward. So we're not rushing this measure. We want to do it right. But we believe, given the history of the sheriff's office in San Mateo County, that this is a public safety measure. It should be taken seriously and given priority. To date, this measure has been endorsed by Anna Eshoo, Kevin Mullen, Jackie Spear, and an elected leader in 80 80% of the cities in San Mateo County, representing probably 90% of the residents. So we've been working on this for the past 12, 15 months. It is not something new. We've given it a lot of time, a lot of study, but we want to do it right. And we're urging all the cities to join us, especially those that are managed by the sheriff's office. Thank you.
Thank you. Next hand I see is Christy Corley.
I just had a question. I didn't see the answer in the paperwork. What is the cost of this program on an annual basis? And then I'd like to just show support for respecting the timing and what she's requesting. We want her to be successful, and rushing it. It sounds like it's not feasible. So I support her request on the timing. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy. To clarify, there is no program here. The request tonight is for the council to send this letter to the Board of Supervisors. Is there any further public comment? Mary? Could you wait till you're at the mic so everybody can hear you?
It's Mary Hefty, 257 Mapache. And this comment has more to do with the previous subject, because one of the things that I've experienced from my 35 years of being in town is that robbery and burglary are quite common in our community. And that the people who are subjected to it feel very alone and feel very unsupported. The police come, they accept you, but there's nothing from the town. I'd never even heard that Gary Nielsen was, or that would be could be a very interesting role for residents to actually give some support to people who have been the victim of personal attacks. When one finds oneself at a pawn shop looking for your mother's engagement ring, you find yourself over in the East Bay at markets and wondering, was there a system here? Is there something? And there's a massive amount of personal treasures that are wandering around. And I was wondering if we could have it as a little bit more of the Gary Nielsen kind of thing, where people could actually get support from their community to support them through crimes.
Thank you. Okay, is there any further public comment on this item? I don't see any more hands raised, so I'll bring it back to the council for discussion. Any discussion on this item? Yeah.
Well, I'm happy to support the letter. And as amended, as Judy suggested, amended. As far as the bullet point about the ordinance past year end, I guess I do want to defer to the sheriff-elect. It would be nice to maybe say something like, passed is, on a timely basis or as soon as possible, something like that. Maybe a little less urgent, but just I agree. This has been bubbling for a while, and I would like to see it move forward. I don't want to wait too long on it either, but I'll be curious to hear other people's thoughts on that. Other than that, I'd be ready to support this letter with the suggested edit.
Yeah, my view, I think, this has been percolating for a long time, and a big part of the reason for that, I think, was the resistance from the sheriff's department and under the old sheriff. And I think there's a good chance that will transition substantially starting in January, if not already. And so I feel like, I would like the new sheriff to be participating in this and be in place to be able to work with the supervisors on whatever ordinance may come. I'm sure that will happen. That's already happening anyway. But I think changing by year end to some, as you suggested, Jeff, in a timely way or on a timely basis or something like that, would be appropriate. But otherwise, I'm supportive of the letter too. With the 3 paragraphs reordered.
I just like to say I agree. I'd like to move it forward and encourage them to set up the commission.
Okay. And yes, Marion.
I'm a little mixed on the whole thing, but if we are going to send this letter, I definitely agree with changing the bullets around. I would do the edit that Jeff suggested. And for the thing about representatives of Fixin, San Mateo County, I would probably say a representative be included on the committee, and I would just take out the whole rest of it. They know who this group is. And in the last paragraph, I think I would just make it into one sentence. The town of Portola Valley is in support of civilian oversight in San Mateo County. I would take out because oversight in San Mateo County to have citizen oversight to ensure that we have equitable and effective policing. I would take out because the town depends on the sheriff for all of policing. I think it is important and long overdue. I would just shorten it and make it more succinct. I guess, sure, we can send it.
Okay.
I actually think that the fact that the sheriff serves us directly is actually kind of, it feels relevant to me. In terms of just our, I mean, I feel like it gives us a little more of a seat at that table.
Can you rewrite that sentence then? Because
I can try. You know, as a town dependent on the sheriff for all of our policing, Portola Valley supports civilian oversight in San Mateo County.
Oh, that's good.
Did somebody get that? Because I haven't actually typed it or anything.
Say it again.
As a town dependent on the sheriff's office for our policing, the town of Portola Valley is in support of civilian oversight in San Mateo County.
Yes.
To ensure that we have equitable and effective policing.
Yes.
To ensure, okay, so getting rid of the, I think. It is
All the
important
other
long
stuff.
overdue.
Yeah, I think it is a little wordy. Yeah.
Also, I would have changed the I to be
We.
town.
Yeah. Agreed.
Oh, but the mayor's king.
Everybody gets very confused about what the mayor is
Yeah.
versus the rest of the council. And I'm just
I
trying to
know.
help people with that clarity. So there is an I am writing, but then the town of Portola Valley is in support of, and I think that saying that it's from the town and from the whole council, not just the mayor, adds weight to it. So, well, with the edit, I think that's gone, and the whole sentence is now the town of Portola Valley. So I think that would work.
Could we have either Jeff or I look at it before you send it?
Yeah, we think we got it. We'll show it.
Okay, but can one of us proofread it?
Sure.
Thank you.
We'll assign a subcommittee of Jeff and Marianne.
Great.
Okay, or why don't we do Jeff or Marianne and the mayor? Since
Yeah,
I'm gonna be
Jeff
signing
or,
this, so
Jeff or.
we'll have staff draft the final version. I'll be ready to sign it and I'll run it by you.
How
Marianne.
about Marianne and the mayor?
That sounds good to me.
That's fine with me. Yep.
Okay, is there a motion then on this item?
So moved.
Moved by Sarah,
Second.
seconded by John. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Alves.
Aye.
Councilmember Derwin,
Aye.
Councilmember Richards,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Warnikoff.
Yes.
Mayor Hughes.
Aye. And thank you all for bearing with us late into the night here as we keep that item, remaining items on our agenda. Okay, next up, we have item 6D, receive a recommendation for Housing Inclusion Fund recommended guidelines from the Race and Equity Committee. Judith again.
Again, I'll make my comments very, very brief. The council asked us to weigh in with some ideas about how the Inclusionary Housing Fund dollars should be spent. We decided the best way to do that was to sort of do it in a Q&A format almost, so that we didn't have to do a lot of paragraphs about this and that, and it would be fairly precise. We did it really from an equity point of view. We understand that the council's got other considerations and other priorities, but it's the council's job to do all that weighing. We had a tendency to start to get a little bogged down in the weeds about, well, could they really do this? Or, well, what about that? And we decided that, that really our mandate was to look at it through our lens. So it's not like this is what we expect you to be doing because we made this recommendation. We get that limitation, but we thought it was important to bring the the equity thing to the fore here as you asked us to. The other point really is to say that some people are saying that we've had all these millions of dollars sitting around for years and years. Why don't we just spend it already? And that we think that's very rash, and that it needs to be thoughtful and fair and maximally effective. And we appreciate very much that you're going through significant process to look at how these funds should be allocated. And thank you for including us in the process. We appreciate that very much. I'm not going to read them to you. You had a chance to read it yourselves. Basically, you know, the basic ideas here are that any dollars spent should be limited to spending on low and very low housing, income housing, not the other categories. That it would be better to support many projects rather than just one or two. That we like very much, as we talked about it, the idea of maintaining this fund to do some of it in terms of grants and loans, so that we always have a fund, so that we don't give, you know, $1 million here and $2 million there and 10 smaller ones in, and it's gone, and then we have no more because we have no idea what's coming down the pike in 3 or 4 years. And if we set it up in a way that can become a rolling fund, and because there's not going to be a lot of money streaming into it, probably the biggie from Blue Oaks is unlikely to be repeated anywhere. And so on. You know, we tried to think of questions you might have and answer them. So I'm happy to answer the questions you have about why something's in there or why something else is not.
Okay, thanks. Are there any questions for Judith? No, I don't see any. Thanks. I think the report speaks for itself and is very helpful guidance as we move forward with this and into our new housing element, try to figure out how to spend this money finally. I think the approach is very helpful in terms of providing guidance rather than diktats so that we can fold those in with the other constraints that we're likely to see on this. Any other, public comment, sorry, Mary. Thanks, Judith.
Only thing I don't see is the church properties and whether they were being considered for support for affordable housing, whether they could be considered part of candidates for receiving some of that funding so that we could get some low-cost housing, affordable housing around the church properties.
I think the church, at least some of the churches, are being considered for affiliated housing, so they would be covered.
Not affiliated, it's low income.
Affiliated is low income.
The same.
Well,
or would be, or could be part of low income. Sorry.
It could potentially. Yeah. Thank you, Mary. Any other public comment on this item? Christy.
Yes, I was wondering after Judith spoke that it was my understanding that we would continue to gain funds into that fund, and it would, can you explain that in more detail for the residents of who would be donating into that fund and how much we should expect from larger projects? Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you want me to do that, Cara? You just jumped on, so you seemed eager.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
So we do from time to time receive funds primarily through the subdivision process. So it's very occasional that funds come in. So I think that, you know, there's one piece of this that's related to whether there's additional ways to bring funds into that. Is there anything you want to add, Cara? I got that right.
Yeah, the housing element does contain a program that would expand our inclusionary housing ordinance to more projects, not just subdivision projects. And typically what happens if there is an inclusionary housing requirement, to the extent that the calculation results in a fractional unit. So sometimes, 15% equals 3.3. The applicant would have to build the 3 units on site, and then the fractional piece is then converted to a fee. So it is possible to receive, we would expect to receive funds over time with the housing element inventory sites.
Thanks. But generally, I think as Judith pointed out, the dollar amounts are probably for each of those projects would be smaller than what we got from the sale of the Blue Oak lots, which was a couple $1 million. So typically when we do get those fees, it's in the sort of tens to low hundreds of thousands, not millions.
That's correct. The last time we received funds was from the subdivision out of Toronto. Yeah, and that was $500,000. So it wasn't insignificant. But I think I'm not sure. I think we could, depending on the project, we could actually see a fairly sizable.
Yeah, because the Firethorn project was only 2 units and we received $500,000. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that was pretty glorious. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So it's not as insubstantial as I was thinking. Thank you. Any further public comment? I don't see any, so I'll bring it back to the council. And what we're doing tonight is accepting this report, I guess, and then passing it on to whatever future.
Yeah, so what I was going to add is that I'm sure the Finance Committee at some point will have an opinion on this matter. So I think it makes sense for the council to accept that. And once the Finance Committee does that work, and if there's any other bodies that should be reviewing this, that get pulled together and brought back to the council for review.
Thank you, Judy.
Yes, thank you. And to the whole committee.
Yes, agreed.
Marianne. Mike.
I've seen this before, and I think it's very good. I would just put ADUs very, very low on the list because they'd have to be deed restricted. And I think that is a rat's nest. And secondly, I don't think it's going to be that easy to get RENA credit for ADUs based on the feedback that other affluent communities are getting on their housing element.
Yeah, we'll see. The department should be getting back to us soon. We'll see. Yep, we'll see. Any more comment? No,
I've
is
seen
there-
it also before also, and I think it's great.
Okay, then is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Sarah,
Seconded.
second by John. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Alves.
Aye.
Councilmember Derwin,
Aye.
Councilmember Richards,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Warnikoff,
Aye.
Mayor Hughes.
Aye. Okay, that brings us then to item 6E. And before we take up item 6E, I'm going to need another 5-minute break because I've been drinking water for
I
3
actually do
3/4
have
hours.
a question even before we do that.
Yeah.
My observation is that 6E could potentially be, right? Is that the number?
Yep.
A lengthy agenda item, and there's a lot of amazing work in here.
Mhm.
And I'm a little concerned about starting it at 11.
Mhm.
And I'm wondering if anybody else would be interested in pushing this
Tabling it to next time.
different agenda.
Yes, very much interested in doing that.
Melvin's gonna be excited that he stayed with us. all
Well,
this time.
I kind of was like, can we make this decision earlier? I have been thinking of you, Melvin. I have been.
I warned Melvin that this was likely to come a little late tonight, so.
I think you all just don't want me to present this item.
Not true.
It's cool.
For the record, I have been, look at this. I have been taking notes and
Got
reading through this.
lots
with
of
the
notes.
I'm super excited about it. And I just want to make sure it gets the attention and energy that the good work deserves.
We appreciate that. We're proud of it. We are proud of the direction the council's given us on getting to this point. The more time, the merrier. That's fine with us.
Okay, if nobody else has any objection, then we will table this and move item 6E to our next meeting.
They'll take a break.
I'm absolutely going to take a break no matter what. Stop, there's gonna be a real
Yeah,
problem
yeah,
here.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
we will be back in 5 minutes at 10:52. And thank you, Melvin, for sticking with us.
Yeah, sorry, Mel.
Okay, so we are back and on to item 7, having tabled item 6E. Item 7 is Council Liaison Committee Regional Agency Reports, and we will start as usual with Marianne.
Express lanes. I know you all enjoy that one so much. Well, they did an update. There's not a lot of news. They're still not making a lot of money because the congestion is not that bad in the morning and the evening. And so the traffic is moving and whatever. Let's see. One thing that they're going to open the north and the south lanes to HOV3 in mid-November. And then the tolling will start next year. I think they're thinking maybe January or February. So if you've got 3 people or more in your vehicle, you can ride in that lane, the new lane. And oh, the big news is they hired a new, what is it? Is it CEO for general manager, and it's the transit district. It's everything. It's Samtrans, it's a TA, but Caltrain. Caltrain's broken out, correct, Jeremy? And that is April, who was the like the number 2. And I've worked with her. She's very, very good. That was first woman. And she's also Asian. So woman of color. So you hit two big firsts there. Okay. There was an RMCP meeting, Resource Management Climate Protection, on October 19. For all the people in the audience who are very interested in energy and water and innovations and what's happening and what could happen, this is a very good meeting to attend. It's open to everybody in the public. There was a presentation on National Renewable Energy Lab Solar App. This is a software application and streamlining permit for solar and batteries. And I don't know whether it would be helpful here, but I will give you the information, Jeremy. It looks like it is good. Then there was a micro mobility feasibility study and implementation plan presentation. And this is from CCAG, where they're going to run a pilot with, I think it's e-bikes and maybe some scooters. And they've narrowed it down to Redwood City and North Fair Oaks and Daly City, Broadmoor, and Colma. And this would be helping people like come off transit and then have a little e-bike to bike around on and then go back to transit. Okay, what else? And then there was a pretty long presentation on CCAG's Equity Assessment Framework Development Project. And one reason they're doing this is they need to better define equity so that they will be in a better position to get a lot of the money from the Inflation Reduction Act. Anyway, that was that. Then there was a Sustainability Committee meeting on the 20th. Brandy explained the REACH codes. There were a whole lot of questions, as you can imagine. The questions that we answered tonight, the questions that have been posed on the forum. There was also a question about the third-party verification by a green building inspector. Rebecca wanted us to be mindful of another cost for an inspection because these add up. The gray water and the water for turf is coming back to sustainability. Brandy gave an update on our climate action plan, an update on SB 1383, an update on the compost issue. I don't even remember what the compost issue was. What is the compost issue? Something about Lingso and green waste?
This is for SB 1383.
Yeah,
The, in so many words, the town has to have a certain amount of compost available.
right,
so there's
right.
a
And we don't
conversation
have it.
about how to store that and what that
Yes.
looks like.
These are these state mandates that people don't get. I mean, they're incredibly burdensome for little places like Portola Valley. Then we gave an update on smart water meters, and I'll have a little more information about that in a minute. And what else? Oh, and then a few little points that we're going to go back to the sustainability committee about the green point system and small projects, solar readiness. Okay, they were doing little public service announcements on the PV forum. Have you noticed them? You know, like the conservation committee does the tips. And then Levy did an incredible report on Wheelo. I mean, it was like an academic paper. And she's so funny. She says, people are gaming the current version of Wheelo. The big projects are places where they want to maximize their MAWA so they could have a big water budget. And she thinks it's a mess. And so they're putting together a working group to work on it to make recommendations. And Al Sill from Sustainability, who's quite an expert in the field, is going to sit on that committee. And they're hoping, and Laura said she can get to it the middle of 2023. So that gives them some time to work on it. Anything else? They probably should, Walt had to step down because he's not well. And so they probably will try to recruit another person because they may as well, it'll be easier to make a quorum. Right now they have 6. If you have 7, it's easier. Okay, and then they're going to do a joint meeting with Woodside Environmental, Sustainability, Open Space, and Climate Change Committees in November, December, or January. And they also want to do a joint meeting with Nature in Portola Valley, Nature and Science, Conservation, Sustainability, all get together and talk about what's going on. And, you know, I think we encourage these committees to share knowledge. And they're already talking about what they're going to do at the January meeting when they need to come before the town council to talk about what they want to work on. They talked about the hybrid meetings starting in December. That one. I thought there was another one here. Oh, I went to HLC's Housing Day on Friday, and I loved it. It was so good. But of course, it's nice to be in a room with people who share your values. Anyway, I did go to a workshop that dealt with the first of its kind, BAHFA, Regional Financing for Affordable Housing, and got all that info if anybody's interested. And I listened to the keynote speaker at lunch. She's the superintendent from the Ravenswood district. And she talked about how she didn't really pay attention to housing until recently when she started figuring out that she started losing teachers. She found out one of her teachers was commuting from Merced. She found out another teacher was living in a 1-bedroom apartment with her husband, their 2 children, and her sibling. She found out a janitor was commuting from Stockton. I mean, just over and over and over. And just how serious the situation is, how it affects the children and the families, and how they desperately need more housing that is affordable in East Palo Alto, because now houses are going for $1 million. And then we meaning Jeremy, me, Brandy, had a meeting with the folks at Cal Water about the AMI, that's the smart water meters, and they are finally going to get going in installing them in a more orderly manner. We're going to send a letter out before they install them. They're going to put door hangers on the doors to let people know it's happening, and then after it happens. And the flume is a little more complicated. They're treating that one differently, and I'm not going to actually go into that right now. That is it.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, I did want to say one thing, since I only have one more meeting. When I leave, someone is going to, you don't have to replace me on all my committees, but you do have to replace me on CCAG. That is an extremely important board. Everybody in the county sits on that board. That's where you see where the money is. And in other cities, people fight for that seat. Just saying. And the other one you have to replace me on is commute.org. And that one's really fun, and it's only like 4 times a year. And it's, if you want to see a really well-run meeting and a well-run organization, I think you would appreciate that one. And you get information too about things that are happening that pertain to us now that we're going to have actual developments. Okay, go.
Okay, just had one Conservation Committee. Let's see, the big item was the Coast Redwood on the corner of Brookside Drive and Portola Road. That's becoming fatter and harder to see around. And Nona, a member of the committee, pulled the entire street and got kind of an even break of people who thought it should come out and people who didn't think it would make any difference. Committee finally came down on the side of, you know what, we're not a safety committee. We defer to the Bicycle Pedestrian Safety Committee. So that made sense. They said there was some talk about mitigation planting somewhere else, and they decided didn't think that was necessary. Let's see, storage of pickleball nets. That was one of the items on the agenda. And that was a little difficult for anyone to figure out what they were talking about. So they finally formed a subcommittee to go look at it in person and see if they can figure it out. And let's see, they went through the ADU administrative checklist, made a few word change suggestions, and the presentation of the revised plant list. Apparently we had, I don't know, 15 or 20 different plant lists floating all over the place in different parts of the website. My daughter fixed it, so I was very proud.
Proud moment.
Yeah. Sir? Native plant, all the plant, yeah, just plant list has natives and it has invasives and all.
Low water invasive.
Tells you all the difference. Anyway, they went through, finally got through the first step of saying, now we'll look at what you've done. And the next meeting, they'll maybe actually approve it. And let's see, trying to rejuvenate the backyard habitat program. Bring that out again and start something.
Yeah, I think it would be good to reinvigorate the outreach around that and get people excited about.
Exactly. There are a lot of properties in town that could certainly. That was it.
Okay, Sarah.
I had CAC and they talked a lot. They have a lot of shoring up of their donations from the and I think John was going to reach out and start an email thread.
Already happening.
But you already have it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So happy to help in any way with that, but so that's a big, that was a big part of the discussion, trying to trace down those line items. They had the movie night, which I'll be honest, I was out of town. I don't know how it went.
It was a great first movie night.
Yeah.
You
How
know,
was attendance?
it wasn't as high as we hoped, but there were the picture that I saw probably had 20 to maybe 30 people out there.
Okay,
It was
that's
nice.
good. It's a good start.
Yeah,
It's a good start. It's hard when you have little, I remember when you have little kids and you really want them to go to bed and they start the movie later because it's too dark.
Yeah.
And the parents are probably like, I could put them to bed or. So I'm glad they gave it a try. And they picked all their dates for PD Blues and the summer concerts. And the only other thing is housing, ad hoc housing element committee, as I think some people may have seen, we were supposed to be meeting next Tuesday. We still don't have our letter. So Laura's having to push the meeting back, hopefully no more than a week. But we can't meet until we have a letter. The good news, I mean, we had the update here on the ambassador program. Awesome news that we have great response. Really super awesome team. I'm just gonna, even though it's in here, I'm gonna read it because I think they should all be recognized. Ann Ashmead, Karen Askey, Patty Dews, Rebecca Flynn, Trish Hield, Allison Illich, Ronnie Krasinski, and Judith Murphy. Judy is all over the place here. She's an everything. And they Jeff and I attended their first meeting last week. They picked 2 communication liaisons, which are Trish Hield and Patty Dews. And those guys are off to the races. They're very thorough, really good working team from what we observed. And communication with Trish and Patty has been awesome so far. I don't know, Jeff, if you have anything to add.
They had an amazing first meeting, and I'm lucky if I can keep up with the email threads I'm seeing going back and forth. So yeah, they're off and running.
Great, Jeff.
Other than the ADU ambassadors, I was a liaison for the Planning Commission, and they had their first meeting on zoning, which was a let me just look at it real quick to make sure I got this right. Sorry, hold on. Well, they had a couple items, but the main one was they were they were looking at draft zoning code amendments for the housing element, and so the staff reviewed it with the commission. They took a lot of public comment, not surprisingly. They mostly had feedback. I think it went. I mean, I think there's a fair amount of feedback, and they have a lot of work to do these next few weeks. They're gonna have several meetings before the end of the year to try to get the zoning in place to go along with the housing element. It's a lot of work, but they're doing their usual, their thorough, thoughtful job. So I thought it was actually nothing got decided at this one, but it did. I thought it covered a lot of ground. So those are the meetings I had.
Okay, thanks. Let's see. I had Parks and Rec meeting 6 days ago, last Thursday. There was a discussion about the new lines for pickleball that we heard about earlier tonight at this meeting, and the latest on the pickleball nets, and that work is proceeding with staff, and we've identified some nets now that may work, and there's just some details about where they might be stored and when they're taken in and out and all that stuff. So they'll be working through that. See what else. Discussion about the committee's interest in having more participation, and this came up under a couple different items. They were looking at their charter and also other reasons why they might or might not want to be more involved in organizing and helping find instructors for and that sort of thing, classes at the town center. So not so much, sort of field use and sports and outdoor parks and rec type activity, but indoor parks and rec activity, classes and that type of thing. And the committee was pretty universally not interested in doing more than they do today in that realm. They didn't really want to take that on, and they have edits to their charter that they've prepared that I think will be coming probably to a coming council meeting for adoption. Let's see, donated horse sculpture. They were happy to hear about that. Then trails and paths. Wednesday of last week. Their mapping projects, they have two that are going on right now, one around safe routes to school and one that's a general town trails map. Those are both proceeding. They're getting ready for the rainy season and coordinating with Howard and his team on trail closures and that sort of thing when it becomes necessary. They're all going to walk their trails. They divvied up the town trails amongst the different committee members. And so they each have trails that they will all walk in the next little while and keep an eye on for closure purposes and that kind of thing, and damage through winter. And then they, under new business, they have started thinking about a notion of what they're calling a Trails and Paths Historical Archive or something along those lines, where as the committee works on stuff, a lot of the time something related will come up 10 or 15 years later. And sometimes an old timer on a committee may remember the details, and sometimes they may remember it came up, but not remember the details. And then people need to go try and dig through minutes and find what happened. It's not always clear. And so they have started thinking on the Trails Committee around how they might be able to better archive that information to make it accessible to the committee in future meetings. So they thought that some of this work might be useful for other committees as well. I recommended that they talk to Nancy Lund about how she, has her archive historical stuff, and talk to town staff about how they index and archive things. But Trails has a particularly, a lot of the time that stuff is indexed to things geographically. Like you want to know stuff about schools, and so you can't necessarily do a kind of Google style search, but you can't necessarily do like a GIS style system either. You need something else. So I think they were planning to create a subcommittee. Right now they've assigned Liz Babb to the subcommittee as the only member of the subcommittee to think a little bit more about what that is and what the committee's work plan would be for it. And she's going to come back at their next meeting or a soon upcoming meeting with kind of more flesh on the bones of what they envisage this thing to be and what work they plan to do on it. But that was an interesting one that may, start in the Trails Committee and then have useful use outside of the committee in our other committees and other stuff that we do in the town. So that's an interesting project that they will be working on.
Through the chair, the open space committees started a somewhat similar conversation related to kind of archiving what we have. And one of the things that I've heard them discuss is actually having it open at the open space properties, some physical description of what the property is. So they're in the early stages as well.
That's good to know. I will make sure that Liz knows that that's going on and she can reach out to them if and when appropriate. Okay, and then earlier today we had a joint meeting of 4 committees: the Wildfire Committee, EPC, Sustainability, and Geologic Safety, talking about the safety element and the draft safety element and the process for that going forward. So it was largely a procedural meeting to get all the committees on the same page as to what the safety element is, what the parts of it are, and how we're going to get from where we are now to a final approved safety element. The current timeline for that is around summer of next year when it will be final. For the next couple months through January 13th, all of those 4 committees will break out back to their regular committee meetings and take up discussion of the actual content of the safety element at each of those committee meetings. So they will have probably 2 or 3 meetings at each of those committees where they are talking about the safety element and their areas of the safety element. And there was useful discussion today about areas where there's overlap. So for example, when an earthquake starts a fire, that falls kind of into the Geologic Safety Committee, kind of into the wildfire. There's also an evacuation element that EPC is kind of focusing on. And so it was really about coordinating that and thinking about how will those committees work with each other to make sure somebody's looking at each of the elements and that nothing's falling through the holes, but also that there's not duplicated work where all of the committees are looking at the same thing and they come up with 3 different answers that we then have to resolve later. So it was really just kind of a procedural scheduling, each committee understanding what staff and the council are asking for them to do to bring this forward. They've been asked to, if they have any questions for staff, essentially about data requirements or the draft or the process, that they get those in by December 2nd, with the goal being that staff can then do the work to answer those questions, get it back to them in time that they could have another meeting at each of the committees where they then formulated their comments to come back to the planning commission and the council to actually be incorporated into the safety element. So the safety element draft is kind of locked until January 13th to give these committees time to review it, hash it out, think about it, recommend changes, come up with from each committee a suggestion or a set of comments. The committees will then vote on that and bring it to the planning commission to do the integration.
What's the deadline for that?
There isn't really a deadline as such. So the state law requires us to update the safety element in conjunction with our housing element. But it's really up to us what the timeline for that is, as long as it's in conjunction with. So obviously we don't want, we want it sooner rather than later. But we also want to give an opportunity for the committees and the public to have the time to go through and do it properly and not have a half-assed safety element just to get it by some particular date. So they will be continuing that work over the coming months. I think the meeting went pretty smoothly for a meeting that had, as panelists, quorums or more of all 4 of those committees. We got through it in a fairly timely way, and I think it was informative for all the folks that were there. And great work by staff to set that all up. I have to say, none of this was me. This was largely on the back of the work that Melvin and Laura had done to prepare for that meeting and line it all up. So. Okay, that was it for me. Oh, I also had a meeting with Mark Berman has a new district director that he's hired after the previous one left under a little bit of a cloud. And Mila is the new district director. Mila, I think I gave her first, actually it wasn't her first job out of college. It was a summer job between, I think, her junior and senior years. Wow. So I've known Mila for a long, long time.
Wow.
And she, I think, will make a great district director and interface between Mark and the public, as it were, for his district office. So we met to just kind of get her up to speed on Portola Valley issues and what's going on in town and what people's concerns are and how our housing element process is going and issues that we've had and, thoughts about what Mark might be able to do to improve things and that kind of stuff. So she is obviously running the district office and interested in hearing from any members of the public who would like to get information to Mark or ask him questions or so on. So feel free to reach out to Mark's office and you will have Mila or one of her underlings help you with whatever you may have. Okay, I will open item 7 for public comment. Is there any public comment on item 7? Christy.
Yes, I was noticing in the packet that you had the builder's remedy information, but I did not hear it discussed here. I believe we talked about it in Planning Commission, but not in the town council meeting, and it seems very important to discuss. And did I miss something, or that's one comment? And another comment is if you could, when you're mentioning things in the consent calendar, put at the top what page it is on, because this was 137 pages. And I wanted to go to 5C and 5D, and I could not figure out, okay, so where is it? Where do I go to read it? I'm just asking for a process improvement for the residents. When you're doing consent calendar, they can go by quickly, and we want to go to the information quickly. So, or at the top of those documents, put 5C and 5D. Either put the page number at the top or put, once you're in it, do you see what I'm saying? Like, we want to get to the information quickly. So those are my 2 comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy. I think neither of us were directly on this agenda item, but I'll address the latter one briefly. The PDF file, if you're looking at it electronically, is indexed. So if you click on the agenda on any of the individual items, it will automatically scroll you to the page for that item. The page numbers aren't listed there, but that's something we'll take on board and see if there's some way of easily doing that in the PDF. Is there any further public comment on item 7? I don't see any, so we'll move on then to item 8, the town manager's report. Jeremy.
Thank you. I don't have a report tonight. I do want to point out, though, that under the town manager report, there is a memo from the town attorney on what is called the builder's remedy. It is a tool that some developers are starting to use in Southern California to address, well, to bring forward very large projects that are outside of the normal zoning in those cities that don't have an approved or adopted housing element. Akara, I don't know if you had anything to add. We just wanted to make sure that the memo was widely circulated. Happy to take any comment from the council or the public on it.
Thank you. Kara, anything to add?
Yeah, let's see, we've talked about if the housing element is not certified in a timely manner, or if the council does not comply with various requirements of the housing element, that there are a series of consequences that occur. And one of those consequences we have always noted is that a developer or a housing advocate could go to court and seek a remedy. And that remedy would be the appointment of a receiver, typically, and then the receiver would have the ability to issue permits, take away the town's local control, and approve housing development projects. So we've always flagged the ability of applicants to receive permits, even as a significant consequence of not complying with housing element law. However, the significance in my mind of the builder's remedy is that this new theory, it's right now it's really just a legal theory that's being tested in Southern California, but this new legal theory is self-executing. So you don't need to go to court, you don't need an appointment of a receiver, you can just file an application. And there are lots of press articles about this use of the remedy in Santa Monica primarily, also in Redondo Beach, where at 4,500 total units are being sought under this builder's remedy. So I wanted to bring it to everyone's attention. We have some legal concerns about this remedy. It is untested, and it certainly does a lot to take away local control. We have some open questions about it that we flagged in our memo. We're not ready to just lay down the gauntlet and accept this new remedy. However, it will be tested in Southern California because there are some very sophisticated developers and attorneys behind this that are moving this remedy forward. So again, this is just a public announcement at this point, and hopefully we will be in a position to timely submit our housing element to HCD, and will not have to wrestle with this issue ourselves. Thank you.
Through the chair, just to add to the cities that are looking at applications under the builder's remedy tonight, there's a report that Beverly Hills now has a builder's remedy project in front of them that's for a 16-story building with 200 units. For those who've been in Beverly Hills, there's not many 16-story buildings. Not a lot. Yeah, and I think one of the concerns I have around builder's remedy is that it puts a lot of burden on towns, that if a developer were to do, especially as they did in Santa Monica, I think there are 14 projects there, it just overwhelms the town in terms of being able to actually fight those. They have to contest 14 separate applications, potentially, through the courts, and that just would put a huge burden on town budgets to be able to do something like that. So we'll see how things shake out in Southern California, and it will only a couple more months until we potentially start seeing those projects up here too.
But they brought this on themselves.
To some degree, they did.
There's 124 cities in Southern California that do not have an adopted housing element at this time, and they're a year ahead of us.
Yeah.
I think in Santa Monica's case, what happened is that they were very close to having a certified housing element, and this was 2 years ago, and then the council shifted actually, and there was a change in position, and the council directed that the housing element be rewritten, and as a result, HCD rejected it. So there is some fault attributable to the city in that situation.
Okay, thanks. Okay, I think you said that was it for your town report? Or
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Is there any public comment on item 8? Seeing none, we'll move on to item 9, the most important item for the night, adjournment. Thank you all for bearing with us till 11:30. Only 10 minutes of which was due to breaks that we took. A lot of stuff on tonight's agenda, and I think a lot of productive work we managed to get through. So thank you all for sticking with us, and look forward to seeing you all next time.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
as we discussed before, I was going to
yes,
say a
sorry.
few words just to close the meeting out. It's not anything critical. No one's missing anything, but as I think most of you know, a week ago, Jeff Nuttall passed away. Jeff was he was my neighbor for over a decade, and our kids are the same ages, so they grew up together, and we were friends. And we had meals together, we shared holidays together, we raised our kids together quite a bit of the time. We compared notes. Some of you on the council remember that Jeff was fiercely proud of the Backyard Habitat Award he won back in 2014. He loved native plants. He loved birds. He hated outdoor cats. He used to complain to me that the town should outlaw outdoor cats, and I would explain to him patiently, I hope, that we couldn't do that. And he'd sort of grudgingly accept it, but he'd keep asking. He fixed all of our bicycles. He worked more on my yard than I did because he loved yard work and I hate it. Um, he loved his family. He loved his friends, and everything he did, he threw his whole self into, and I envied him that. I envied him his commitment, his passion, and more than anything, just the joy he brought to everything he did, everything around him. I can say a lot of things about him and who he was, but I can't ever tell you how joyful he was and how joyful it was to be around him. I will just do one more thing, and that is just finish with this is a video that a friend of his took and shared. This was actually taken about a week after he got his cancer diagnosis. Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay. Hopefully you can play this. It's
Space bar, maybe?
You'll try. Nope, but that'll do it. Okay, here we go. Is it going?
Not yet.
Okay.
Looks like it's muted also, so if it has audio, we can't hear that.
I'll just add one thing, and that's if you're not familiar with Jeff or who he was, the New York Times actually had a really good article about him last week. If you want to look up. So I just wanted to say that and close the meeting in Jeff's honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
Good night.
Okay, and with that, we are adjourned. Thank you. Good night.